What's that saying in boxing? Let's keep it clean. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 11th anniversary, 11th iteration, the 11th polemic day. Shrug, right? I am, as ever, your host, Polemic Runner. For this, so a question I've gotten several times is, what does polemic mean? Now, I could tell you what it means generally, but I just realized I should look it up here. Let's do that. Let's pull this up here really quick. Polemic. All right, so here we go. Polemic is defined as an aggressive attack or refutation of the opinions or principles of another, or the art or practice of disputation or controversy, usually used in a plural but singular or a plural consultation. In other words, yelling. If I'm being polemic, I'm accusing Lord Harromont of being Hitler. It's when two people yell at each other rather than discussing things, right? And thus, polemic topics, used as an adjective, defines anything which cannot be discussed under normal circumstances with a degree of civility. So, some time ago, we invented the concept of Polemic Day. Now, I'm going to pause in my explanation of this because Little Billy just donated. Thank you, Little Billy. I do appreciate you, as I always do. Which Kirby block would you like to put that towards? For there are 3. So, the idea here, so for those of you who are new, because I know we've actually got several people who were not around for last year's, and several people are probably wondering, very, very brief explanation as best as I possibly can. When I was very young, about 13-ish, I want to say, I don't actually remember the age at this point, but I was pretty young. It was back when I was still living in California. It might have been earlier than 13. There were certain topics which I noticed I couldn't actually debate. Couldn't actually bring them up around other people because other people would just go meh when it comes to discussing those particular types of topics. And I'm sure most people notice this kind of concept at a fairly young age, because it's fairly self-apparent that some people just cannot have a reasonable discussion about certain types of topics. So I just started walking away from those topics. Now, when I was younger, I actually referred to the concept of, and no, it does not, Little Billy, the concept of this as no politics, because a lot of the times this was political topics. But as I got older and more refined and more intelligent, as my brain very, very, very slowly grew to the part where I was almost a functional human being, I started to realize that politics not only A, aren't always polemic, but B, aren't really the problem. Because I've seen people discuss Star Trek as a polemic topic. I've seen people discuss books by Anne McCaffrey as a polemic topic. And of course, we have a wonderful example of this within the last decade, the sequel trilogy of Star Wars, which was a heavily polemic topic. And people could just, you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean by that noise, where people just couldn't actually discuss something without yelling each other over it. So over the years, it stopped being no politics and started being no polemic. Now here's the catch, because you're probably thinking, well, how the hell do you find polemic? See, that's the fun part, because it's a constant definition. It's a fluid definition. In other words, where I am, who I'm talking with, and the specific point in time at which I'm talking. These are the 3 big signifiers to discuss whether or not something is polemic. If I say I didn't like The Last Jedi here on my stream to you, which are 3 points, that's fine, right? There's no real issues there, because while that might be something we could disagree on, we can disagree on it rather than yelling and screaming at it. However, I know other people, who I'm not going to mention, who if I said that to them, that would turn into a shouting match, or at least they would try to shout me down, and I would leave the conversation. So that's what I mean when I say what is polemic is debatable based on the individual circumstances. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that, because I just, no, Jesse's fast now! I've had this rule in real life for 39? That doesn't sound right. 29? 29 years. I've had this rule in real life for 29 years now of no polemic. And that's just in general, not with regards to the show. So it was very, very natural to then drag that particular definition of the show, because I just have a no polemic rule in general. Which brings us to Polemic Day. 11 years ago, we were on Halloween, and we were doing a Halloween stream, and I don't really know why, but for whatever reason, things that would otherwise be considered more polemic topics were brought into debate, and I just started answering them, even though I probably shouldn't have. And that led to people asking more questions, because at that point people were noticing, oh, hey, he's answering certain things about certain things. And so that just kind of snowballed. And we made it an official thing the year after that, had our very first thing where we actually labeled it Polemic Day. So that's, I guess, the end of that. I suppose I could put up the timer. Sure, why not? Boop. It's there anyways. It's running whether you can see it or not. So that's what Polemic Day is and what polemic means. This is also what innocence means. Innocence means interrupting. Noun. Or I guess that would be a verb, wouldn't it? Shoot. Automation, Cyberpunk, Gothic 1, and a thank you. Thank you, innocence, as always. So, I also, personally, I very, very much look forward to Polemic Day every year because it's the one day in the year I actually get to play Super Metroid. Although, I've been lucky. I got to play Super Metroid twice this year. Holy crap. Anyways, so we have a slightly new system, which most of you who watch this stream are already familiar with. You can type !polemic, it's right there, in order to get the full details. But in brief, you can type !Q plus your question in order to then get something into the question bot, which I've actually got right there, ready to go and paying attention to it. And the rules are actually very, very simple. Rule 0 still applies because Rule 0 always applies. But also, if you decide to like ask something and I decide, you know, to answer it or not to answer it, that's my purview. In other words, I reserve executive veto on certain types of questions because some stuff I'm just not going to answer, especially if someone decides to be deliberately provocative, for example. That rule is almost never enforced, but it is something that comes up. Several years ago, we had multiple mods on hand to take down questions. Now we have a bot. Thank you, Zalok, for the bot. This is actually the original reason the question bot even exists, is for Polemic Day. Go figure. Anyways, so now, if you will forgive me, I'm going to go ahead and pull my controller out here, which I put over here for some stupid reason, and play some Super Metroid. And look at our questions. We've already got 3 questions in the queue. Come on. Game. There it goes. Yeah, for some reason, ZB's explodes every year. So Roman Cure asks, oh yeah, another thing I'll be trying to do is ask the question out loud so people can keep up, rather than just answering the questions rapid fire so people get answers without context. I'm also going to have a lot of water nearby. Roman Cure asks, if I remember correctly, you do know about the Stop Killing Games initiative spearheaded by Ross from Accursed Farms on the YouTube channel. What's your thoughts on the progress of the initiative? Did you see Pirate Software's response to it? What are your thoughts on it? Have you seen Ross's response to Pirate Software's response? And what are your thoughts on it? Hang on, I'm going to do one quick thing here. Do this. Let's just skip past this really quick. There we go. Okay. So, I am aware of the Stop Killing Games initiative. We'll just go ahead and start with that. I am also aware of Thor from Pirate Software. Thor is a really weird character for me, because on the one hand, on the surface level, and I swear this is relevant, he seems like he's a, you know, very respectable guy who knows what he's talking about, and he's affable, and he's funny, and he's more like on our side than he is on their side. However, the more I've actually paid attention to his specific takes and responses and interviews, the less I agree with him. So for those of you not aware, Thor was very much in favor of the idea, and he's very public about this. This isn't a misrepresentation. He has been very open about this for forever. He absolutely is in favor of the idea that you do not own games and should not own games, that a company should have the right to shut down a game at any time for any reason, blah, 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 blah. And so he's been pretty open about that opinion, like I said, for quite some time. And I very much don't agree with that, for obvious reasons. Yeah, he very much has his own agenda. It's probably worth noting, in the interest of total honesty and fairness, that Thor also is a developer at a company that runs a live service game, so he does literally have a stake in the argument. Yeah, there is a definite clear conflict of interest. Thank you. That was the term I was trying to look for. All of that stated, yes, I am aware of the... So let's actually address the questions now that we've got some preface stuff going on here. I'm aware of the Stop Killing Games initiative. I am absolutely in favor of it. I have actually spoken multiple times about my own personal desire to have a officially mandated library or a central server farm whose entire job it is to keep this kind of stuff available and operative, probably for a very small administrative fee, in order to keep the whole thing functional and operating. I could go into more depth than that because I've actually put some real thought into the technical side of that. But the long and the short of it is it's something that would be a lot easier to do than you'd think, especially given so many of these games are actually the function of abandonware. Keeping a shard of a VM server, type exclamation mark polemic, keeping a shard of a virtual server up for like 5 players who are still playing a game, or even like 500 players, is a lot easier to do than you'd think. And it's a lot cheaper to do than you'd think. And that's just with stuff like MMOs or live service games. Obviously, I'm in favor of preserving history in games in general, because of course I freaking am. Why wouldn't I be? So, obviously I disagree with Thor on that point, duh. But the thing that's really messed up about this is if you decide to even casually glance at this, you'll know that Ross, who's one of the main heads of the Stop Killing Games initiative, has been very cordial and overall diplomatic in his dealings with Thor and their disagreements on the matter. And Thor blocked his comments and banned his ass from his channel. And anytime, no, not our Ross, and anytime someone else brings it up on his Discord or things, 3, 4, 5, 6, that person is immediately banned or blocked. And that's not a good look, to put that as nicely as I possibly can. I don't know what else to even add to that, so I think that's the full totality of my opinion. But if you want any more info, Ross, Roman Cure, just let me know. Ect asks, were you not aware of that, Roman Cure? Seriously, look it up. Thor, he's just a little thin-skinned, you know? Yikes. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you can't take the heat, you shouldn't be in the oven. That's a very, very standard rule. That's been a rule for a couple of millennia of human history. If you can't be on the rostrum, you probably shouldn't be on the rostrum. You know what I mean? Anyways, moving on. I screwed that up completely. So, Ect says, will America ever be depolarized, or is the damage too severe already? There's no such thing as damage too severe when it comes to that kind of a thing. Enough time and enough distance, enough new generations, enough new people can and has absolutely changed cultural norms. It has changed societal norms. It has changed national norms. It has changed political norms. That's life. Having said that, do I think we can depolarize ourselves as a country? I hope so. I really do. One of the things, how do I explain this? One of the things that a lot of people tend to forget is that there's a lot of reasonable people on both sides of the aisle, so to speak. People also tend to forget that it's actually not a left or a right thing. It's actually a left, up, right, down thing. The political grid is a grid, not a line. Moving on. But there's all kinds of beliefs and ideologies and policy stuff in here. And we need to acknowledge and recognize that there are people involved in this, not just, noise. I'll talk about the noise problem later if I ever have any downtime and questions, because that's probably one of my unprepared topics. I'm ready to go here. A moment, because this takes a weirdly large amount of my attention, because this section sucks. I screwed it up. Okay, so. Inocience asks, if the plan to move to a new country still stands, what can people or viewers from that country do to help you out, and is that even something you'd want? So, the move, I feel the need to clarify something, because the move to another country plan isn't directly tied in to the current political climate of the United States. The move, in general, is currently tied in to the state we live in, which I'm not going to tell you what state that is, but it's probably pretty obvious because I've given way too much about that over the years. So the move north is something that's probably going to happen pretty much regardless, because it's literally getting unsafe down here. But move to another country, that's actually up to my brother-in-law's job. That would be the thing that would prompt a move to another country. So that's where that's coming from. Having said that, does that preclude... so no, if that does end up, if that trigger does end up getting pulled, I would not want any help from viewers. Keeping distance is always a good thing. And I guess that's the end of that? Yeah, no, I guess that's it. So Ect asks, why haven't you killed this boss yet? Oh, that's because I'm slow. When you were in the boring night job, did you sit in a boring cubicle, or were the people next to you? So there's actually several answers to that. the bottom line is, for the most part, in my overnight job, I was the only one in the entire building. However, I have had several day jobs in corporate America as well, and generally speaking, no, the days of the cube farms was before my time. A lot of people tend to forget that as much as we make fun of the cubes and the cubicles were a step up from what we tend to have nowadays. Nowadays we have either the open office thing, which is just a plague on life, can I just go ahead and say that? But also there's the half cube thing, which some of you are probably entirely too familiar with. The half cube thing is where it's like you've got a cube, but really you don't. You just have like this tiny little half wall right next to you, and you're kind of in there. And you can essentially see and hear pretty much everyone around you because of the acoustics of the situation. And yet you don't really have the space to relax or be open because there's still a wall right next to you. So it's like the worst of all worlds. I hate the half cubes. I hate the half cubes so much. And I hate open office so much. And I legitimately think both of them are terrible economics, terrible social, and terrible working environments. Screw all of them. Give me a cube. Anyways, getting back to my point, back when I was in there, I had either nobody else in the office, or when I was actually in there, I was in a half cube, primarily. And that was only like 10, 15 years ago. Experiment says, what does the name Archengeia mean, and how did you come about creating a name like this? So Archengeia means someone who both has the desire to and the ability to do good by others. It's a portmanteau / sort of a self-admission of making a couple of things up when combining several Greek words together, because I happen to be really, really fascinated with the Greek language for most of my life, actually. I love Greek. It's a fascinating, beautiful language, and I wish I knew it better than I do. So for a long time there, I was studying it. This would have been back in high school, actually. And when I was there, I really wanted to make a couple of character names based on some Greek things. Hence, Archengeia, as well as a couple of others. Like I had Dudatos, for example, as one of my characters. I think I screwed that up too. Ugh, 2 failures. I am terrible. Why do I suck so badly? There we go. There we go. God, I apologize for sucking so bad. So how did I come up with... I don't know. Naming... I'm terrible at naming things. Like I said, Archengeia was originally a character name. He was the warrior archetype in my particular setup, alongside Fax, who was the rogue archetype, and Magus, who was the mage archetype. I know, I'm terrible. I'm terrible at everything. I understand. Dunatos was the force user. Don't ask. Ect asks, any thoughts on the newly announced Nintendo Music app and what this means going forward? So that's terrible. Nintendo Music is a terrible idea, which is almost assuredly going to lead to some very terrible stuff. Because anytime they do that kind of official, oh no, we're totally doing a for real thing, all that means in practice is a official program which is terribly run, and a shutting down of more unofficial sources via copyright law and otherwise strikes and trying to deal with that. So that sucks, and everything sucks. I am looking forward to being horribly struck in several ways, because of the fact that I have plenty of Nintendo games that I tend to stream. Yay. Lord Harromont says, if you were a Desher... First of all, I immediately kill myself. Just immediately. Okay, now that that's dealt with. If I was a Desher in the Orzammar Assembly, and I have to look at the screen for a second... Ah! There we go. That's what Polemic Day means, Linneruth. Although if I actually... I always reserve exact... I just talked about this, Linneruth! You were even here when I was talking about this! Linneruth was like, don't listen to that lore feller. His thoughts, they're too terrible for me. I don't know why you're getting this Texan accent, Linneruth. So, sorry, getting back to it. I'm a Desher, and assuming I had Orzammar's best interests at heart, who would I throw my support behind when King Endrin died? Bhelen or Lord Harromont? You could try to champion a third candidate or even myself, but assume that it's a 1 in a million shot that will probably end up benefiting Bhelen, and might also get me killed. I always say no, Linneruth. That's why that exception is there. So the thing is, I presume you're asking this without knowing the future, right? Like, without knowing the events of the future Dragon Age games, which is how I tend to make those decisions in the actual games, because I happen to know where things are going. The problem here is it's just too easy to pick Lord Harromont. The only reason I wouldn't pick Lord Harromont is because he's too ineffectual to actually control the assembly. So the only reason I would pick Lord Harromont would depend entirely upon my own political acumen. So I know that's kind of a cop-out answer, but it's sort of the actual answer to the question. If I believe that I can affect sufficient change in the assembly myself, regardless of who the current lord is, king, whatever, then I would go ahead and support Lord Harromont, because screw Bhelen and his manipulative, horrible, traitorous ways. If I believed I was in too weak of a position to pick anything else, then I would have to go for Bhelen by sheer virtue of the fact that he's the only possibility for advancement for the Dwarven Society. And I know that even without knowing the future of the series, right? Like, that's easy. I sunk the game. Come on, game. There we go. Strange. I'm going to pause for a second because I've gotten a couple of donations. Move this so I can put this here. Move this so I can put this here. Okay, so I got a donation from O40. Thank you, O40, very, very much. As a reminder, you can put that towards a specific genre of game if you'd like. If you'd prefer to see a certain type of game streamed other than just letting it be up to me. Either way, I'll put that towards dealer's choice provisionally. And then go in 3. Put that towards absolutely nothing. But thank you very, very much, Guinevere. You can put that towards up to 3 games of your choice, or dealer's choice, or genre choice. Either way, thank you both of you very much for your support. Let the question queue here. Dealer's choice. Okay. So. Enosian says, it's been a while since you've had your nose operation. How's your breathing been since? Much better, which makes allergy season much worse, ironically, but I think that is actually a worthwhile trade-off. I keep being worried that it's going to go back. Damn it! Thank you, Lord Atlantean, as always. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, up to including genres or dealer's choice, please let me know. What was I saying? Breathing. I think that the day-to-day breathing is going to be fine. I keep being worried. Afraid, I suppose, is the best word there. That my breathing is going to go away again, and I'm going to lose the ability to breathe again. Whoa, that was strange. That's what I get for going off script. But that hasn't happened yet, and it's still been a very worthwhile operation. I just need to fix my kidneys and my stomach? I don't know what to call that. And I'll be fine. So let's go ahead and grab this. I'll go ahead and write this down. Go ahead and write this down. For Quake 1 and 2, Quake 4, and Dealer's Choice. You got it. Nightwing asks, since the BRPG block is split up, how are the donations split up amongst the individual games? Can I direct where mine go? So, the way that they've been split up automatically, assuming no input by you, is they all go towards whatever the first game in the series is, in this case, Morrowind. If, however, you want to redirect them, then you both can, and are indeed are encouraged to do so. That's actually why the blocks page exists. Fresh plug, if you type !block into chat, you can see where those are currently divvied up and relocate them as you will. If you could do me a huge favor, Nightwing, and remind me to reallocate yours towards Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 in some manner, I would appreciate that. Frahexia says, why has Kamala Harris been unable to disconnect herself from Biden when all he seems to do as recently is hurt her more than he helps? Perception and politics, I suppose, would be the easiest answer to that. I mean, he is the current president of the United States, and he is functionally the head of the Democrat Party, which is a sad state of affairs, by the way, if I ever heard one. I want to do this very quickly, because there's a way to optimize this room, and I almost always get it wrong. Got him. Okay, we're good. Anyways, I begin with the end in mind says, what are the two political axes left and down? Oh, sorry, right. Okay, so generally speaking, it boils down to whether or not you are more progressive or conservative, that's left or right, and whether you're more authoritarian or libertarian, that is to say, more focused on the group or more focused on the individual. And we'll do this. Do me a favor, tell me that on Discord, Dakota, because I obviously missed that completely, so I apologize for that. Now, that's not exactly 100%, and the real funny thing about political axes is, while some people may lean in one direction or another, in reality land, most people are in different spots about different issues, which is a whole other thing. Makes sense when you think about it from a reality perspective, but really frustrating when it comes to trying to come up with political parties. It's almost like political parties aren't supposed to be for every single political thing ever, but only for one or two issues, but that's a completely separate topic, isn't it? Anyways. So, Zach Taft asks, do I think the MCU will change for the better next year? No. I should probably add to that a little bit. The MCU has not exactly been trash or garbage or anything like really terrible like that. Obviously, there's been some good stuff coming out, both in the shows and in the movies, and supposedly the games, too. I've heard good things about Guardians of the Galaxy. But the MCU has been very rudderless for some time, and it shows absolutely no signs of changing that anytime soon. And so I imagine that the MCU will continue to be the MCU, as it currently is for some time. That's probably just the new norm. It's probably even desirable that it's the new norm, because the current environment in Hollywood is such that trying to drag down costs of filmmaking is something that is very desirable to a large number of filmmakers, and that absolutely makes films worse. The MCU is no exception to that. That's just a Hollywood thing right now. It's also nothing new. Alright. Vote in chat right now. Do you think I'm going to manage this? I don't think I'm going to. I never manage it when I psych myself up to it. Funny thing is, I barely know this fight other than doing the trick. Booyah! Okay. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Dakota. Anyways, okay, so next question. From Nightwing. If you do end up leaving the US and going to Germany, would you like to receive information about the advantages and disadvantages of cities and regions? Sure. If I do that, I will reach out and see what the hell is available and all that, because what matters most to me is probably just price and nothing else. I don't make that much money. That's not a cry for money. That's just a statement of fact. If I could afford my own place, I wouldn't be in this problem to begin with. Let's see. Trayfin asks, do you think a full remote work environment and coveting and... What? Do I think... Hold on. Apparently cannot read while fighting these guys. Do I think that a full remote work environment and converting retired offices to affordable housing would help the housing market be healthier? No. Now, hang on. Let me be very clear about that. I'm in favor of both of those things happening, but that's not going to help the market because the actual underlying issues of the market would not be addressed therein. You've probably heard the term private equity thrown around a lot. What that functionally means in reality land is investment firms who are buying up things in order to make money at the expense of doing absolutely nothing to add to the situation. Which, if you don't understand what that means, they're increasing the amount of money in the economy while not actually producing anything into the economy. In other words, lowering the value of money. That's what they're doing, and that's not cool, and that needs to be stopped on multiple levels in multiple ways. However, since that's its a whole other tangle, if we're going to do something that is, I would think, a step that can be taken to help make things slightly less terrible. Now, I'm going to go for a trick here. I'm going to fail at it. I'm going to go for it anyways. 1 second. Ooh, okay, we're good. Did you know that's a one-frame trick? It's actually easier to do than it looks, I swear. but I tense up a little bit every time I do it. Anyways, moving on. Loner is like, hey, I'd like to distract you yet again. Did you know that Loner gives me too much money? Hang on, let me answer the next question before I look at that. Chill Pangolin asks, it is a somewhat common sensitive... It is a somewhat... I can talk, I swear. Did you know that I'm actually a wordsmith? It is a somewhat common sentiment in the United States has no true left or progressive establishment, just status quo versus regression. Do I think this is true? Is it a problem? I think that the Democratic Party is not particularly far left-leaning in terms of the overall spectrum, and I do think that we definitely have multiple parties which are more right-leaning, if that's what you're asking. Do I think this is a problem? Yes, absolutely. Even if I personally think one thing or another, that does not matter. In order for a functional government to operate properly, it needs to not get too lopsided in any direction. That's just fact. That's just life. So, yes, I absolutely think that is a problem, and I don't have much else to say about that. I did that. Let's try to lower him down here. Yeah, thanks, Reagan. Oh, yeah, if you ever want me to talk positively about Reagan, you can't afford that. Anyways, I'm also not a good liar. Trihexia asks, how much did DeSantis scare big corporations and their CEO overlords with his Disney stunt that they refused to stand against Trump or even endorse Kamala, wanting to kiss his ass in case he wins? So, there's a thing. There's this interesting tendency. So a lot of right-wing and right-leaning people and members of the Republican Party have not been supporters of the big orange man lately. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. None of which have anything to do with, like, decency or policy changes or anything like that. But instead, I think that's just hedging bets. If he does end up losing, which, to be fair, he probably should. Stupid thing. Then they can now come out as the good guys. A return to normal. A return from the insanity of the Trump era. We were never Trump supporters. Ignore our past. Ignore our history. We're totally against him now. And a bit of a rebranding of the party, right? It's actually a pretty typical strategy, for being completely honest with ourselves. One moment. This is... I don't know why. This is like the easiest frickin' jump in the world. And I always have trouble with this jump. Every frickin' time! I have trouble with this jump. This jump sucks. There we go. Okay, okay. We're good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, I don't particularly want to talk about Donald Trump. I will if I have to. I have, in fact, done research for it in case I have to actually cite receipts, because I can. But, yeah, that's not a fun topic on any direction. No, you're right, Dakota. It's part of the controls negative I gave this game when we were reviewing it earlier this year, because I love this game to death, but it does have some wonkiness to it. Anyways, next question is from Trihex. Oh, no, I already answered that. Next question is from Lunaruth, which I will not answer because I want to acknowledge the donation first. So let's go in here, pause, look at the donation, which will be up here, I think. At some point. Maybe awkward silence. There we go. Loner 665, and that is for this much, and that's going towards something. God, that really chopped off that comment. Looks like it's going towards Ace Combat X, Landscape, Torment, Fallout London, and a thank you. Thank you, Loner, very much. Oh, okay, so let's delete these questions and play catch up a little bit here. Okay, so Lunaruth says Gaza. No, later says, I remember you stating that my feelings, strong feelings, about killing civilians, which, yeah, duh. Given what's going on in the Middle East and the amount of civilian casualties going on, how do you feel about how do I feel, hang on. How do I feel, or what's your view about the role of the Israeli government and the United States complicity in the raising of the government in these casualties? I have absolutely no polite words I can share about that, and I do not mind being very open about that. There is this really unfortunate and horrible trend of several political and special interest blocs trying to frame the Israeli government as Jews. Now, I know that sounds strange, but what I mean by that is that thus any attempt to be anti-Israeli government is to be anti-Semitic. That's nonsense. And I just want to state that as bluntly and horribly as I possibly can. That is insanity. Now, I also happen to be extremely against the current Israeli leader. Can't remember how to pronounce their stupid name. And I also happen to think that everything going on in there is a colossal mess, which shouldn't be happening to begin with. Yeah, the Israeli government does not represent the Jewish race. That's stupid. Oh God, I don't know how to pronounce the second one. Bregman is what I was talking about. Nayu or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it. Forgive me. Either way, I do also absolutely think that the United States in general, as well as specific members of it, including Kamala Harris, by the way, are absolutely being cowards about the whole situation. What the crap was that? Because of the aforementioned, oh no, we want to make sure we're not being seen as being anti-Semitic thing. And that's cowardly and that's stupid, and those people need to grow some freaking balls and actually take a stand on this situation. And that's my thoughts on that. Like it or not, whether it should be or not, the United States is a bit of a policy center for the entire world. That's probably not a good thing, and that probably shouldn't happen, but it is a thing that is true. We need to be doing more about this kind of garbage. Moving on. Okay, next question. X says, are you aware of the current state of Volkswagen decline, leading to the closing of one of its plants in history, and the fight of union against such acts in Germany? No. I'm actually not aware of any of that, what you're talking about, although that wouldn't surprise me because economics in general are going to hell right now. I mean, you remember when Boeing was well known for their quality? You remember that? Anyways. Judo Joker says, I hate you and I want you to die. Well, that's fair enough, Judo Joker. The good news is, at some point or another, that might happen. Then again, it might not. You never know. I mean, we're getting there, right? But for real, Judo Joker actually says, I would have voted the same way either way, but dating an immigrant this election makes the stakes much more terrifying, even if she's ostensibly safe with a green card. Good news, she's done with chemo. Thank God for that. I do hope that recovery is going well and smoothly. And nothing else I say really matters there. It's just well wishes from a stranger, you know? Whoa! X says, am I aware of the state of Germany's economy right now? Actually, I've kind of fallen off on paying attention to the specifics of European economies, so no would be the answer to that question. I know that for a long time it was considered a model economy in several ways, and I know that the Nazis are taking over. Wait, sorry. What I mean by that is that that's probably not true anymore. Do I see the current political reality as a post-truth situation? And how do I feel about it, and or what's my view about it? What does post-truth mean? I'm kidding off the deep end. While I'm waiting for Lunar, do me a favor, put that in the question queue, Lunar, rather than just sitting here waiting. Judo Jerker says, what would you say to people who would say... Hang on, what? Look, I'm just looking forward to being dead. I mean... That's when the work really begins. What I say to people who say we shouldn't send aid to countries facing existential crises. So, actually, there's a concept called universalism, I want to say. Universalism is fascinating to me. I only found out about this like a year and a half ago or something like that. But it is a philosophical concept that refers to how much distance there is between you and people you still care about. So in other words, most people, even people you would otherwise characterize... Hang on one second. Oh, that room. Okay, most people who exist, even people you might otherwise qualify as evil people, tend to have people they care about, right? Whether it's family members or loved ones, or like their dog, or the butler, or whatever, right? There's still usually some degree of moral empathy with regards to their actions. Universalism thus refers to how much moral empathy you have based on distance, right? And it's usually like this. It's a linear line down. The more distant someone is to you, the less you care about them. That's just human nature in several ways, but it also varies from person to person. You're probably wondering, where the hell am I going with this? Hang on. This is related. So you say, should we send aid to people in foreign countries? I say, of course we freaking should. Why shouldn't we? But that's because I have a very high universalism, because I care about people regardless of the fact that I've never seen their faces or know their names. That's just me, right? A lot of people who vote against that, a lot of people who disagree with that concept, disagree with that and only care about people who are more close to them. Whether it comes to, like, family members, or people they know, or people in the block, or coworkers, or whatever. You get the idea. It's people who are closer. And so, in the case of a country which is literally facing a military invasion, or some kind of, like, large-scale crisis, like this kind of thing that might affect, I don't know, like a dam going off, some kind of nuclear disaster, or whatever. Yes, absolutely. We have the resources, power, and potential to help someone. This is such an obvious question to me because I hate the Prime Directive. I think that if we have the power to help, that we probably should. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is awful. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay, we made it. Holy crap. That was actually nearly death. Like actual death. And I've been saved, obviously, because it's a run. Experiment says, do I have a partner or girlfriend? No. I haven't been with someone since 2005. If so, can I share some tips with how to get one? Yeah, so I tend to just luck into relationships, and I'm not saying that as like a bragging thing. Instead, I'm saying that as just a general way to think of it. I know this sounds strange, but some of the best advice I could give on the matter is to not actually seek out a relationship. Just seek out friends. And if anything develops from there, great. And if it doesn't, oh well. Right? Like, go play some D&D, find some people who like board games, maybe there's someone who plays games that you like, you know. There's all kinds of stuff you can do like that. And yeah, just talk to people and hang out with people, and if any of those hit it off with you, and vice versa, cool. Bonus points. If not, well, that sucks, but, you know, again, that is it. When would I have time to seek out a relationship? Good question. Yeah, dating apps are garbage. Do not use dating apps. Ignoring the fact that they are literally scams, they also don't really work the ridiculous majority of the time. There's our save. So now we can go fight Fantoon. Okay, so scroll to the left and then scroll to the right. What do I make of North Korean troops present on the battlefield in a certain conflict everyone knows about right now? I have no idea what's going on with that nonsense, and at this point I'm not sure anybody else does either. On any side of anything. I don't know what the hell they're thinking there. I really don't. Oh, that was almost a first try. That was almost a first try. That, however, is a second try. I'll take that. 1 second. So now I gotta do the harder version of that trick. Ah! First try. Okay. Hang on. Let me go ahead and catch up on the queue. Remote work is only limited to 6 days per month. What? Okay, so how many of you are familiar with the two big reasons why so many companies are anti-remote worker, even in situations where they absolutely have every reason in the world to allow for remote work? I'm just going to answer you. The first and biggest reason is tax breaks. most companies operate businesses, literal physical real estate, within certain cities and areas because it's weird. Because they because they get tax breaks, right? They need the office space, but that requires a certain number of people to be present in the office for it to actually count. Now, there is another reason, but honestly, that reason is the only reason that really matters. Second hardest boss in the game here. I guess we can do the trick. I haven't been doing the trick a lot lately. Oh, that was just terrible. Oh, that was like a double failure there. I am awful. Let's see. Anyways, I think that's awful, Act. I don't have much else to add to that. If you know anything about me whatsoever, you know I'm pretty pro-worker, and that's a pretty anti-worker policy, and enough said. Damn it. That's pretty bad. Nope, we're dead. Wow! Alright, next question. Yes. Do I agree that religion has as much validity as a Harry Potter book fan club? No? Where's that even coming from? Am I aware of that term? The overton window. I've never even heard of that. Are you aware that the German government... This is ACT for like 3 times in a row. Are you aware the German government has officially made it so if you want to be a German citizen, you have to acknowledge the existence of the Israeli state? Sure. Chill Pangolin says, should millionaires or billionaires exist? So you're actually asking 2 questions there, and that needs to be addressed as 2 completely separate questions. Should millionaires exist? Sure. Ah! I even got the missile on the way. Oh, that's perfect. One second. Ah! Again! God, I'm on fire today. Except for the easy things, like fighting Fantoon. Okay, where was I? So, should millionaires exist? Sure. Should billionaires exist? No. There is absolutely no reason on any level, shape, or form, from an individual perspective, from a governmental perspective, from a societal perspective, from a progressive perspective, from an economic perspective, from a cultural perspective, for billionaires to exist. They are the biggest leeches on society and always have been. Whatever name they've used to call themselves over the millennia, billionaires should not exist. It's absolutely insane that they are allowed to. I have nothing else to add to that. A high score list? I just, you know, my grandparents are millionaires. Whether they deserve to be or not is a different question, but that doesn't really bother me all that much because, again, that's not as big of a gap from them to me as you'd think. It is a gap, but some people think that when I say things like I'm against rich people, that I'm against any gap existing at all, which is kind of nonsense when you think about it. Which is probably why they're strawmanning me in that particular part. No, I'm against the sheer scope and scale of said gap. Okay, what the hell? Just being a dick to me. Do you see that pattern? Oh my god, Fantoon. Buddy. Work with me here. Don't do it again. Don't you do it again! Oh, you son of a... This is terrible RNG. Oh my god! There we go. There we go. Now we're on pattern. Okay. Yeah, most people do not comprehend how big the gap is between $1 million and $1 billion. In practical terms, it's absolutely bonkers. Jeff Bezos could buy a home for every person in the United States. and still have $14 billion left over. Jesus Christ, dude. They are leeches on the country. Never mind what their impact is on individual people. Screw them. Screw them all. Anyways, where the hell was I? Right, and then left. So let's look at our questions. Do I think that the policies of the Clinton administration, such as the repeal of Glass-Steagall and the incentivizing the performance pay, created the current economic landscape and wealth stratification? Nope, that was Reagan. No, seriously. A lot of the current situation exists because of a lot of reform, which moved away from a lot of... I can't remember the term. Because I'm fighting Fantoon. Just open up your eye so I can shoot it. God! I'm not asking that much. There we go. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you too, Judo Jerker. Trusts. There's a lot of pro-trust stuff going on right now, and has been since the Reagan administration. For those of you not aware of the overall history of the country, Teddy Roosevelt, many years ago, who was not exactly a perfect person, nevertheless, one thing I will always credit him for is absolutely taking a goddamn hammer to trusts and breaking up a lot of some of the big blocks that existed back in the day. And that was one of his big campaign things and something he was actually pretty good at. And we have spent almost every year since then walking that back, and never has that been more true than during the Reagan administration. Reagan was such a postage stamp for anybody who wanted any kind of policy to go through, as long as there was someone who he liked or who liked him. And a lot of really terrible stuff was put into place that we are still feeling the effects of, 30, 40, however many years it is at this point, later. So no, would be my answer to your question. Linarith says, post-truth is how a certain Donald Trump, we're just going to say that word there, get demonetized nice and early, can make stuff up as long as he says it, everyone will believe it despite all evidence to the contrary. And also conspiracy theories, post-truth means these people became mainstream rather than a rarity. Okay. And so now rather than just agreeing on values or priorities, people don't even agree on basic facts and reality. Yeah, I actually have a term for that, in fact. I call it the noise problem. Now I gotta remember what your original question was. Oh god, it got deleted. Shoot. What was your original question? Hang on. This is a dangerous room. I'm very low on health. Very low on health. Oh, Jesus, give me some health. Give me some health. Woo! It's nice to be playing Super Metroid again. I know. It's been like a month. I've been jonesing. You understand? I need my Metroid. I actually have another term for that as well. I have myself referred to the current era as the era of information, because we've essentially never lived in an era where it's more possible to correct yourself on misinformation than right now. This is something I've actively been seeking out for well over a decade at this point, trying to correct a lot of my own misconceptions and lacks of truth, mostly about video gamey stuff, but still, it's the kind of thing that you can pursue in general. It is also, of course, the era of misinformation. Because that's kind of the reality of the situation, is a lot of people have been deliberately spreading noise. And noise is the enemy of everything. Noise should not exist. To be as blunt about that as I possibly can. Noise is exactly what you just mentioned, Leonard, the idea that someone could just repeat nonsense or insanity as often, as much as they want to, and get away with it. Because people will just be like, oh yeah, no, that's totally true. Why? Well, because they said it's true. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And then other people repeated it because, yeah, sure. And yeah, that's another thing. Research does not mean a casual Google search, especially now, since Google's search results have gotten so much worse over the last few years. That's before the AI thing. Then there's the AI thing, which made Google search results even worse. Jesus Christ. Anyways. Do this for just a second. Just give me a second. I need to go over here because I'm on the... Yeah, that's another thing. Research does not mean glancing through Wikipedia. I actually do not have enough health to do this, so I'm going to farm health for a second. So, while I'm farming health... Of course, I have lost Lunarith's original question. Damn it! Look, I'm terrible at everything. I don't know what you want from me. Noise is terrible, though. Noise disinclines you. I even wrote this down because of how important this is. The noise problem disinclines you to seek out information, listen to information, and believe information. Noise is a huge problem, and people have absolutely been weaponizing noise for some time now, specifically to try and be able to say whatever they want to. I'm not going to name names. Donald Trump does this all the time, but this is something that is not exclusive to him. It is a very serious problem in the modern era, is that people will just spread noise so that people disbelieve anything, and that's it, right? Like, once people disbelieve everything, once it gets to the point where evidence no longer matters and receipts no longer matter, and if I tell you that there was no election fraud, and they didn't steal the election, and I know that because literally dozens of agencies across years have done tremendous amounts of unnecessary work to prove that fact, that doesn't matter. Because noise makes you disinclined to believe me, disinclined to believe the sources that I could cite, and disinclined to believe anything other than whatever it is you personally believe. Enough said. That's the problem with noise. I could be wrong. We have to acknowledge that we could be wrong. That is something that must exist for discourse to be. But if you're not even willing to listen to the supposition of in the first step, then we have a problem. And that's the problem with noise. Sorry, I know that's like a really weird answer to your non-question, Linear, because I'm an idiot, but that is something that's been on my mind a lot lately, because the noise problem is getting way, way, way worse lately, and it's really starting to piss me off. Anyways. Experiment asks, why do I use self-deprecating humor? Is it just for laughs, or is there a deep reason behind it? So I consider myself a personal failure. I think I don't consider myself to be fully alive, only existing, and I tend to constantly think that I have not actually succeeded in any of the many things I wanted to do in my life. And that's been true for many, many, many years. I have survived many things, I can take pride in that, but otherwise I tend to not think very positively about myself. So when I use self-deprecating humor, it's like a little release valve on that particular bit of pressure in the back of my mind. Let's see, and now I need to get caught up because we're already a page in. There we go. X says, what do you say to people who claim we don't have the ability to help? I'm going to assume that's in the consequence of the idea of helping other people, which is one of the most nonsense statements I've ever heard in my life. And that's my answer to that. Kenix Cow says, do you hate political flyers that come in the mail? So that's a really weird question. And I know that sounds strange, because the obvious answer is, well, yeah, political flyers suck. But hang on. There's actually kind of another weird layer to that. Did you know that several post office workers in several districts actually get paid per unit delivered? So during election season, a lot of post office workers make a lot more money than they normally would, which they're rather in favor of. And we actually happen to have some pretty good post office workers, so hey. Now, maybe we should pay them a living wage instead of forcing them to rely on goddamn flyers, which immediately go into the recycling bin as soon as they show up. But, you know, little things. Pancakes! All right, so I will also say political flyers in the mail are hilarious. I'm not going to share any with you. I'm just going to say that, holy crap, those are an endless font of hilarity. It is bonkers, some of the stuff that they print. Moving on. But no, for real, screw the flyers. Oh, speaking of which, here's another one. For those of you not aware, I voted earlier this week. I voted Monday, Tuesday, something like that. It was whenever I had that giant sticker on my face. And I think it was Tuesday. It doesn't matter. Point being that after voting, now having voted, I'm still getting an average of 4 to 5 freaking texts every day saying, hey, did you go vote yet? Hey, did you vote? 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 Yeah. Moving on. Klaus asks, what is my opinion on regulations? Asking because a lot of Americans I hear recently say the EU can't growth its economy because of too much red tape. My thoughts on regulations in general have changed a little bit over the years. No, I did not, Rex. That's just the double... I mean, ask Ross. He lives in California and he's getting this crap. What the hell? Anyways, my thoughts on regulations have changed over the years, up and down. Yeah, there you go, Ross, confirm for me that you're still getting spammed with these stupid texts, even though you live in California. Yeah, you live in Florida. Who's spamming in Florida? No offense, but like, really? So, okay, regulations. I am much more in favor of regulations than I was when I was younger. Because it's obvious and easy to say exactly what you just said, Kinnick Scott. Regulations, red tape, they just get in the way of things happening. If only we had one unified, strong leader like Senator Armstrong. But no, the reality is that regulations, in my experience, provide two big important things. First of all, they provide a cause for second guessing when it comes to entities, usually corporations, but anybody in general, trying to just do whatever the hell they want to. It is more likely that a given group, again, companies being the big one, will be less likely to be horribly awful, like, I don't know, random thing like what they used to do with grain or meat here in the United States, just to use two obvious examples, because they know that those regulations exist and they don't want to deal with the hassle of having to fight that and paying the lawyers and the legal battles and the fees and all that crap. So that's the first benefit of regulation. The second benefit of regulation is it exists to give us, and I am definitely using us here. I don't like to group myself like that because usually when someone does that, they've got an agenda. But in this case, I think it's appropriate. It gives us, you know, the powerless people. Where the hell? There it is. Tools. We have the ability. To reach out and try to legally change things that we don't like. We have the right to be heard. We have the right to cite regulations. We have the right to pull in lawyers and pull attention onto a specific issue. Those additional tools are helpful and useful sometimes. They are obviously not universally good. Any idiot who's telling you that regulation is universally good is selling you something. But they are an additional tool in the to be for the people who are powerless. We don't have billions of dollars or millions of dollars or people who listen to our every word or gigantic channels that listen to us or Hollywood access or connections or whatever. All we have is those regulations to try and do anything. So yes, I do tend to be fairly pro-regulation. Now, whether that's true for the whole country or not, that's a pretty big question. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, okay, fine, I'll do it this way then. Or not? Okay. What the hell? I can't do a very easy jump all of a sudden. There we go. Obviously, too much regulation is its own problem. Obviously, there are regulations that can go directly to hell. Again, duh. I feel stupid even saying something like that. It's like saying a convicted felon should probably not run for president. Like, that's not something I should say, and yet here we are. So, yeah, no, obviously too much regulation and regulations in their own lane. But in general, I tend to be more pro-regulation than not. Okay, so... Judo Joker asks, do you think the U.S. and Western countries have been cowards in restricting and limiting aid to Ukraine, especially compared to having essentially no restrictions in Israel, despite the IDF following far less restraint and responsibility? Yes. Now, in the interest of total honesty and fairness, other than the obvious anti-Semitism thing I mentioned earlier, which is its own brand of nonsense, the reality of the matter here is that Russia is a much more dangerous thing to deal with. I don't mean like nuclear war or whatever. I just mean like you don't want to piss off a country as big and as powerful as Russia. And so that is almost assuredly part of the reason why people have been a lot more hesitant to... What are you doing, Laura? To assist Ukraine in whatever, in what they're going through. End statement, I guess. Hang on. Yeah, ask the EU about their natural gas reserves and their approach to Ukraine sometime. I love this music. I love a lot of the music in this game. Okay, I think I went up too far. Where the hell am I? Here we go, here we go. Also true, Von Volkswagen. Who's Ukraine? I mean, if you're not in Canada, do you even know who they are? Now, that's a funny joke that you will probably not get, but that's okay. I mean, not funny. So I don't know why I call that funny. That's a not funny joke that you'll probably not get. I'm not capable of telling funny jokes, as we know. Is this it? Nope, it's the next one. Hang on. There we go. Listen, I'm sorry. I'll be as polemic as I possibly can, just for you. Okay, next question. Experiment says, am I bald? Nope. I shave twice a week, once every Wednesday and once every Saturday, because my hair grows pretty fast. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and try to get it once. Why not? There it is. Is there any particular significance behind shaving my head? Actually, yes. It is not cosmetic choice, so there's actually two big reasons. The first is the original reason, and the second is why I keep doing it. So the original reason was health reasons. Some of you know that I was actually on the verge of death. Back in, oh God, what would that have been? 2012, 2013, somewhere around there. And I was actually almost dying. Massive kidney issues combined with a couple of other things meant I was not doing super hot, and so I had to shave down as a consequence of those health issues. No biggie. That's whatever. That sucked, but, you know. What are you gonna do? It's that or die. I'm kidding a little bit. Only a little bit. But the reason I keep doing it is because of the aforementioned failure state. I cannot allow myself to grow my hair out until I have earned it, which is just kind of how my brain works in general, but also a little mental trick I tend to use, again, on myself. So if I ever reach a point in time where I feel like I have earned it, I will absolutely grow my hair out pretty much starting that day. I'm not there yet. Thank you for asking that. Oh, come on! Let's see. Questions. X says, do you think the conflict in Mass Effect will continue to... What does ME stand for here? Mideast. Okay. Do I think the conflict in the Middle East will continue to escalate and spread? Yes, and has for decades, and will continue to do so for centuries. The Middle East is nothing but war, and will always be so. There is no hope there. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Okay, so. Let's see. Nope, I cannot, Leonard. I'll answer that right now. Also, Mass Effect will also continue to be a hive of no hope and helplessness for the rest of time. The end. Alright, so next question. Oops. Let's see. Do I think, there we go. X says, do I remember the first ever job? And looking back, do you feel like it super duper sucks? You were totally being taken advantage of. Well, that's an interesting question. As weird as it sounds, we have to qualify what first job means in this context. Because if it's the first thing I did for money, then that would probably be working as a janitor, which I absolutely was not being taken advantage of. That was a great job that I loved a great deal. If we're talking about the first job I did where I paid taxes, that would be working as a graphics designer. That job did kind of suck, I'm not going to lie. I learned a lot about corporate America and exactly how messed up that really was. I was pretty young. No! What was that? What was that? That shouldn't have even been allowed to happen. I've never seen that happen before. I've been speedrunning this game for years. I've never seen that happen. What the hell was that? I'm gobsmacked. Yeah, that's never happened before. Click. Anyways. Where was I? Yes, new speedrun tech. Developing the meta before your very eyes. Goodness, I don't have to fight this guy again. Okay, so Yura asks, why do you think religion should be given more credit than any other type of fiction-based club or cult, letting them not pay taxes and then get influence in policy making? I don't. I absolutely think that religions should pay taxes, and I think it's a huge problem that there is a tax exemption for religions here in the United States. I don't know how it is in other countries, but here I absolutely think that is a colossal problem that needs to be solved. So I don't have anything else to add to that. Boop. There we go. As for influencing policy, so here's an interesting statement. How do you stop a religion from influencing policy? Let me go and just answer my own question for you. You don't, because you can't. There is no tool you have that exists that can prevent a religion, a religious body, from influencing policy. It is not possible. All you need is one person in any kind of official capacity who is willing to listen to or be a member of a particular religious group. Whether they openly claim it or not, to immediately have a religion affecting a policy. That's just how it is. Yeah, everyone has an ideology. There's no escaping that. Even if it was possible to avoid that, I'm not even sure it's, something... Oh, okay. Look at this first. That should happen. But that's because I've never considered the question, because, again, it's completely impossible. It's like saying... Alright, so, if people didn't have to drink water or breathe air, do you think they should be allowed to run for government? It's like, that's actually a terrible analogy, but I don't know what else to add to that. Okay. Now, the actual hardest boss in the game. I hate this fight. Damn, that is really unlucky. Come on. Peekaboo. Questions. This is a really legitimately hard fight. Okay. Hardest fight in the game, right there. At least the route I do. Whew. This is... Are we gonna die again? Especially after that Fantoon debacle. Alright, what the hell was I talking about? Chill Pangolin says, what are some of the ripple effects of billionaires existing? Oh, Jesus Christ, there are so many. There's so many. Okay. You only asked for a couple. So let's narrow this down a little bit. So the first and most obvious downside of billionaires existing is that more and more entities are being owned by the same individual person. And thus one person has a say on a tremendous amount of policy or influence or interaction or jobs or whatever, right? The recent Washington Post issue is a good example of that, but that's like one of a billion examples of that. Billionaires have so much money and so many pots and so many holes that they have so much say and so much influence across the world. They literally have more actual political affluence than like everything else. Second thing that comes immediately to mind is billionaires, by their very nature, try to generate money upwards in order to concentrate it on themselves to increase the score, right? Now, there's so many obvious problems with that, I feel silly for even pointing them out. But one of the ones that people, again, don't tend to think about is the fact that a lot of the money they're generating is not actually generating any new services or goods into the environment. In other words, if you look at it from a detached perspective, the economy hasn't moved, but the amount of money inside the economy has increased. And a lot of that money is not only so we're talking about inflation, but no, it's actually worse than inflation, because what's happening is this is causing more of a trickle of money further up. This is causing money to slowly drift up and up and up and up, and so the wealth gap is increasing, and things are getting more expensive. So it's actually like a 2-point whammy of screw you. It's two things right off the top of my head that are tangible side effects of billionaires existing at all. I know we all like to think that Bruce Wayne's exist, but in reality land, nope. Let's scooch up here. Sorry, I'm still a little on edge because I have very little health right now. That fight was a little draining. Okay, next question is off the screen, so I actually can't see it. Hang on. Let me get caught up here on the question queue. Experiment says, do I think quality of life is being gatekept? Of course it is. That's not even an opinion. I can't afford a house. End statement. I am tangible proof that quality of life is something that's being gatekept. I have medical problems that I cannot get dealt with because I do not make that kind of money. And I cannot afford that level of insurance. And I cannot afford that level of debt. I mean, that's just basic not being in pain every day kind of stuff. And that's just from me. A normal-ass straight white dude who doesn't really matter all that much. Of course, quality of life is being gatekept. And always has been. That's nothing new. Alright, Off the Deeper End says, am I wrong for hating billionaires and hating evil in general? That's up to you. So the actual question there is it wrong to hate any format? I don't hate anything, but that's because I define it differently, which, as we all know, I have terrible, awful definitions. But hate is kind of a more extreme thing, in my opinion, than what most people define it as. I dislike billionaires. I think they should all go into a ditch and die. But, like, that doesn't mean I hate them, as absolutely bizarre as that sounds. Hate is a little bit more intense and extreme than that kind of general dislike or displeasure. Yeah, hating takes a lot of energy. Yeah, why do people defend billionaires? I have no idea. I don't hate anything. That's my new YouTube channel. I'm stealing that from you, Come on, I'm stealing it from you. Yeah, hate fiction is a good example of what we can get up to when it comes to hate. Unfortunately, real life is also a good example, but if I were to list any of those examples, it would be really, really awful. People do some really, truly terrible things when they hit the point of hate. So, that's awful. And I have nothing else to add to that. We just need to listen to Akrak. It would just be cool. It would be cool. Either way, no, I'm not going to place judgment upon you for that. First of all, it's not my job. Whoop. Come on. There we go. What am I doing? Right. Lord Harromont says, top 10 favorite U.S. presidents. Well, Teddy Roosevelt, obviously. And I think I'll stop there. The irony there, I haven't studied U.S. presidents on the positive side of things all that much. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. I haven't. I'm actually much more familiar with our terrible presidents, like Truman or Buchanan, or God, I can't remember his frickin' name, but the hilariously corrupt guy from like pre-World War I era, or Reagan. Like, even I could mention someone like, oh, let's go ahead and pause this one. No, not Wilson. I think it was actually, you'll have to narrow it down. It was whoever was before Wilson, because Wilson was also a horrible person. That's unrelated. I think it was Harding. Yeah. Yep, nope, it was Harding. That's what I was thinking of. Yay, okay. I feel like I'm going the wrong way here. Yeah, Harding was, like, hilariously corrupt. Like, so corrupt, it's just, oh my god. Like, it's... I speak often and negatively about Donald Trump, and I stand by those negative speakings, but it really is worthy of note that we have always had terrible presidents. Like, that is nothing new. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna stick with, you know what, Jimmy Carter was not exactly a good president, but I'll give him credit. So we'll say Jimmy Carter, Teddy Roosevelt, Lincoln, and, let's just call it there. That's good. Washington is one I don't actually know all that much about, which is why I didn't mention him. I know more about his military career than I do about his actual presidency. Let's see. So Sean asks, what would you say? What would you say if I told you that everything wrong with AAA gaming industry is due to developer ego and incompetence? So, okay. I assume you're not trolling, but that would be my first reaction, is that you're trolling, because that's so nonsensical as to be the kind of thing that almost doesn't even deserve a response. If, however, you are in fact not trolling, then what I would say is that you need to clarify that a whole lot, because while certainly there are some very serious issues with developers, which I agree with and have agreed with for some time, there's a couple other pieces of the pie there. For example, did you know that there's a mount right now in World of Warcraft that you can buy for $90, which literally costs more than the game itself does? That's not really on the developers at that point. Kind of provably, actually, if I might be so bold. Oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. I meant to refill before I went down here. Whatever. Do this the hard way. Doing it live. Like, you cannot just say the developers are 100% of the problem when there's also the players, and there's also the publishers, and then there's also the upper executives, and then there's the investment firms. Like, there's too many pieces, too many cooks in that kitchen to say, you know what, it's the sous chef's fault. God damn you, sous chef. You are the cause of all of this. No, that's nonsense. Second, this is actually really dangerous because I have 50 health and a dream right now. It's actually 99 health, but whatever. I'm actually going to rest my fingers for just a second because holy crap. I begin with the end in mind says, would I say that the repeal of Glass-Steagall led to the 2008 crash? What impact would I attribute to the nixing of Glass-Steagall? Okay, hang on. So this is an important thing, and a lot of people do not understand the importance of this. We're going to Google Glass-Steagall. Okay, so this is the Banking Act of 1933. Let's see. See, I've never heard of this, or at least I've never heard of it that I know of. So I could act in... So what I could do, if I was a terrible person, or a politician, sorry for being redundant, is I could say, oh yes, as we all know, the clear thing about this, flaggy flaggity flaggity fleur, flim flaggity flag, flim flaggity flaggity flim. But I, of course, didn't know what this was, so let's actually read this sucker, shall we? So now we're going to be really boring, and we're going to read this. Don't worry, I read fast. Okay. Yes, you can go play Starfield now. Do it. So... I actually am familiar with this. I actually didn't know about this in specific. So this was the thing done in direct response to the Great Depression in order to try and differentiate investment banking and commercial banking, which was a good move. It was also apparently repealed under the Clinton administration, which is weird. I'm not sure why you would ever repeal something like that. So let's see, what was their argument for doing this? That's interesting. Try to be surprised, but the Glass-Steagall thing was starting to be repealed by Reagan. The amount of things you can trace to Reagan in this country is absolutely bonkers. I'm not saying that as a dig or to push an agenda. It's something that continues to shock me. And then in 1999, there was the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, also known as the Financial Services Modernization Act. You have an actual link to this? Here we go. That's what I want. Okay, that's funny. So, all right. So now let's get to the actual question. What was the question? Would I say the repeal led to the 2008 crash? Yes. However, I don't think that's as direct as it should be. I'll talk about that in just a second. What impact do I attribute to the nixing of Glass-Steagall? That's what I want to talk about more, because I actually am familiar with this. So here's the deal. There's this thing, right? You ever heard of this thing? It's where someone says, well, listen, I know we don't have a law that Bregwin can't stab me to death, and if Bregwin stabs me to death, then she's going to go ahead and be scot-free from doing that. She suffers no consequence from that because there's no law against her doing it. Now, it's not going to be an issue because she hasn't stabbed me to death, right? So let's remove this law to prevent her from stabbing me to death. And then what happens 100% of the time is that someone then says, oh, this is suddenly legal. And it only takes one person, really. And all of a sudden, Bregwin's stabbing me to death. And that's exactly what happened here, because one of the biggest arguments, I remember this, one of the biggest arguments that was being said in favor of repealing the law entirely was it had already been defanged by Reagan. We just talked about that. And that's its own level of nonsense. And so they decided to go and just remove the law entirely rather than reform it or restructure it or whatever the hell you want to do with that. And then naturally what happened was groups were like, you know, now that it's not illegal, and then we had our first major bubble, of which we've had, what, 3 since then? We're currently in the middle of another one. Or I guess we're in the middle of the 3rd since then, so 4 total, I think is where we're at. So I suppose that's my answer to you. I begin with the end of mine. Oh, god damn it. I didn't even have pie this morning because I forgot it. Damn it, comma, I forgot all about it, exclamation mark. Thank you, period. Where's my game? Where's the game? Here we go. We're getting to the hard part of the game. It's getting a little bit harder to concentrate. So, Lunera says, if the root of the post-truth problem is noise, how do we solve it? We don't. That is the hard answer there. The solution to noise is to look it up yourself. That's on you and them and every individual person to go do whatever it is in your power to do your due diligence to bother looking things up. Now, hang on. I do think that there's a couple of things we can do to help the whole process. First and foremost, setting a power bomb in the middle of Congress. Sorry. The first and foremost is if we were to deal with news media. Now, I'm saying that vaguely because what actually needs to happen is like 7 or 8 different individual things. But news media, being a business, has gotten completely out of control like 30 years ago. We're well past the time at which we should have continued to keep tolerating this nonsense. So that needs to be a thing. That needs to be fixed, first and foremost. And that's not just true in the United States, that's true just in general. Second thing is that... Nope, I'm stupid. There we go. Listen, all I'm saying is that secretly... Oh god, what's his stupid name? I can't think of his name all of a sudden. The guy who writes... Okay, Tom Clancy. Tom Clancy was right all along. America. Alright, there we go. Whoa. I forgot there was another one. Okay, we're good. I am so low on health. Oh my god. I'm on the verge of death. So yeah, fix news media. That's its own problem. Stop telling it to be a business. Stop trying to financially incentivize it to make up crap and sensationalize crap. That's... Come on, guys. This is basic stuff. There we go. Get a little help from that guy. Get to the left. Over here. Come on. What are you doing? There we go. 8 inches. There we go. Jesus. Yeah, 24-hour news. I mean, the very existence of 24-hour news is actually mistaken. I mean that with total sincerity. Please think about that for a second. You are financially incentivized to keep news going, no matter what that news is. The end. Like everything else, every other detail, every other nuance I could go into that problem is dwarfed by the fact that they have to keep there always being news, which means anything at all, even the most nonsensical little thing, is something that they will blow up into ridiculous proportions if it's a slow news day, which, try to be surprised, most days are slow news days. The second thing, I think, is, and this is going to sound like a weird direction to come from, but hear me out for a second. We need to fix the 40-hour work week, and we need to reduce some of the commuting that exists. Ooh, that sucks. Well, we're just going to wait on that, because I really need this health for the upcoming Ridley fight. Now, that probably sounds like a weird direction to come from, but hear me out for just a second. Part of the benefit of the 40-hour work week is that it's less than it used to be. A lot of people tend to forget that we argued down to the 40-hour work week. That was a win for unions. But the problem is, even the 40-hour work week is too much, especially given how many asterisks there are to push beyond the 40-hour mark. We are so tired at the end of our days, right? Every single one of you probably knows exactly what I'm talking about. When you get home at the end of a long day and you just don't have it in you. And I legitimately believe that this is one of the singular biggest dominoes or Jenga towers or whatever you want to call of a huge amount of problems in the world. I really believe that a huge number of things could be solved by not forcing people to be exhausted essentially every day of the week. You come home after a long day of work, 5 days a week, and then Saturday is just the recovery day, and then Sunday might be a day for you. Maybe. Not necessarily. Like, no, that's awful. It's awful, and it has such a knock-on effect on everything, including willingness to go and look into things like information. This is how this directly ties into Linnaeus' question. Don't ask that question, Warper. Because Linnaeus asks, how do you solve the noise issue? And one of the biggest ways you solve the noise issue is you help people to have more energy and more time in order to do things that they want to do, and thus are more likely and more inclined to look into things in general. We are more likely to be informed if we're not exhausted at the end of a long day at work. Right? Among, like, dozens of other possible benefits of that. Whoops. Alright, ready for the Ridley fight? Judo Joker asks, are you proud of the community you've created? Damn right I am. You guys are awesome. We can disagree on policies and points, and privileges, all sorts of other fun stuff like that, and that's awesome. The number of times we've had something I would consider a legitimate issue in this community is so small that I can actually list it on one hand. 5. It's actually at 5 now. And I mean, we've been doing this for, what, 13 years now? I think that's a pretty good track record. I don't know about you. Oh. Yes, Judo Joker. That was the thing that broke the entire community in half. He's in his weird phase. We're gonna go for the non-quick kill, just to flex a little bit. Ooh, okay, maybe we're gonna die from flexing. That's appropriate. We should die for flexing. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Do it. Oh my god, 10! 10 health left. 10 health and a dream. And that was for flexing, too. Oh, man. I don't know what FP stands for, but by all means, Doncro. Okay. Next question was, if Arnold Schwarzenegger were eligible... You actually asked if he was ill-eligible. To run for president, would I vote for him? So, the very important question there is who he's running against. However, if somehow it was a choice between, I don't know, the two current candidates and Schwarzenegger, I would probably lean towards Schwarzenegger of that bundle, to be quite honest with you. And he's not exactly a saint, and he's not exactly perfect, but Jesus Christ, you know? It is really telling the terrible quality of candidates we have had this year. It's just... It's really, really bad. Hi, Jaludo. Anyways, Trihexia says, whoa! Trihexia says the elevator's not there yet. DZ Maven says, stop playing the game immediately. As you command, DZ Maven. I exist to do your bidding. So, Dragon Age 4, Xenogears, and Cyberpunk. I guess I shouldn't say that so overtly. I'm not sure if he's a better candidate than Kamala. And I will admit ignorance there, because I'm not 100% familiar with what he did in California overall. because I don't really have anyone who lives in California anymore. So, shrug. Better than Trump, though. Anyway, so. Next question. Trexie says, do I think the Democrats have made the word fascist and dictator lose its weight with how long they've been using the term and saying Trump is a threat to democracy? Yes. In fact, I think everybody in general has been having a little bit of a noise problem. This is the Reese's thing, okay? If you eat nothing but Reese's peanut butter cups, they're just going to lose their flavor after a certain point. This is a noise problem. Let me be very clear. I absolutely 100% disagree with Trump on about 100% of his policies. But straight up calling him a fascist, and everyone who supports him a fascist, and everyone who doesn't agree with you a fascist, is not helping any cases in any directions. In general. Yeah, you get tired of hearing it after a while. And I know what you're thinking. What if they actually are fascists? Well, that's an interesting question. But here's the reality of the situation. Even if they actually are, which I don't know, of course, but even if they were, it doesn't matter because you're diminishing the argument by overusing the word. It becomes... Yeah, exactly, Ross. It becomes one of those things where people are going to not listen to your argument, even if they agree with you, because you have done so much to poison the well of your own argument. Yeah, it becomes noise. It becomes noise. It becomes a buzzword. Even if Trump and the entire Republican Party were actually fascist, which for the record I don't think, but even if that were a thing that were true, it doesn't matter anymore, does it? You're not attacking specific points or policies. You're not trying to bring up contradictions or points of discussion. All you're doing is just saying, you smell. And when you've devolved, to the point of saying you smell, you have lost the debate. Whee. Oh, I don't even want to talk about abortion. Odd. I mean, I'm going to have to at some point. Where am I going? Where am I going? This way, this way. Yeah, the crying wolf problem. Wow, Dakota. Yeah, no, that is a good example of this kind of noise problem. Okay, next question. Chill Pangolin says, My Little Pony wouldn't exist without Reagan distorting the economy. Super Metroid wouldn't exist without Hiroshima. You might not exist without the consequence of tragedies. How do we deal with the things that we value emerging from things that shouldn't have happened? That's actually a very good question. So I have no answer for that. The only answer that can be given to that is you yourself have to come up with some kind of reason to accept the fact that history is dirty and gross and awful. And everything that we currently enjoy, and I do mean 100% of it, comes from something that was terrible. So that's your decision, for lack of a better way to put that. You have to decide on how you can come to grips with that. Some people ignore it completely, some people move outside of it, some people logic around it, some people emotion around it, some people just accept that it's outside of their control, some people just decide to go ahead and feel bad about it and then continue to move forward. Some people deal with other things. You know, there's all kinds of ways that people have come up with to cope with that. Now, to not completely cop out on this question, how do I personally cope with that? I don't very well, to be extremely honest about that. Powerlessness is one of the very, very few things that I have a difficulty dealing with. And what that debate ultimately boils down to is us being powerless. We have no real ability to affect the world on a great wet level to try and improve it in any significant or meaningful fashion. And so it kind of sucks to look at the situation and be like, well, not much I can do about this. That was very strange. And also, don't buy Nestle products. That's another thing some people do. They do little things, and they focus on the little things. most dangerous room in the entire game right here. Whoa. Yeah, space jump, be in space jump, yo. Negatives, qualified. Okay, next question. Experiment says, why do I consider myself a personal failure? I'm not going to answer that. Why do I think what did I do in my life that made me one? It's more like what I haven't done. That I can answer. How do I feel I can redeem my path to become a success in the end? Well, that's a good question. There is a non-zero chance, I'd say probably about a 99% chance that I will never not be a failure. Yeah, that is something that I struggle with on a daily basis because there's nothing I can do about it. See the aforementioned comment on powerlessness. So, the end. Let's see, next question. Linearuth says, what hope is there for things to stop spiraling further and further to extremism and reality denial and climate denial and civilians killing each other when the choice is between someone who supports killing civilians but apologizes for it and someone who wants to kill even more civilians and cheer it on? The answer is the same answer it always is. There's this really, really unfortunate truth about life, and that is that things have always been bad. We have always lived in interesting times. And that is reality. There's always been something. There's always been something that is a problem somewhere in some way for someone. And how much you could argue, how much it matters, you could argue. But the reality of the situation is we need to more or less just kind of keep pushing forward daily, constantly, and unendingly. Vigilance is, that was weird, more or less literally the price for progress. That's the only answer I could give to that. You say what hope there is. But remember, things have, like on a macroscopic scale, gotten better over the last 2,000 years. Or 200 years, if you want to zoom in the camera more. Or 100 years. Things do progress forwards as long as we keep pushing them forward. There are many, many, many people who, yeah, no kidding, Till Bangalore, who work daily to make sure that simple, tiny little things you would never even notice are still there and still inch by bloody inch. Almost there. Almost there, still there. This cutscene takes too long. I hate this cutscene. There we go. Getting better. Revolution. Everyone wants revolution because they think a nice, big, obvious, quick answer is going to fix things. Don't mistake me. I think revolution can and has been called for at several points in human history, but it's not an easy answer. It never was. Yeah, also revolutions are almost always backed by some rich asshole who's going to benefit from it. No real point to be like there, just something that people need to be more cognizant of, I think. Ah! Oh my god. Did you not? What the hell is happening? There we go. Next question. Is so far off the screen I can't read it. So let's do this. There we go. Two Base Master asks, in the Dragon Age streams, you brought up that you would prefer a grand strategy game over Dragon Age 4, which is still true, by the way. It's okay. Dragon Age 4 is totally good, right, guys? Right? It's gonna be good. It's gonna be the game we've all wanted since Dragon Age Origins and or 2 and or Inquisition, whichever your personal preference is on the matter. I'll find out in a few months, because I'm not playing that until the major patches get in there. Look, we gotta get polemic questions, and we all know Dragon Age is the most polemic thing. That's actually Star Wars is probably the most polemic thing that we brought up today. Although, I noticed no one's asked about Star Wars, although I guess there's a reason for that. We kind of trod that ground well. Anyways. Oh, hang on. Okay, we're up to Cutsceneville. Yay, let's just get through this. So, I prefer a grand strategy game over Dragon Age 4. If I was in charge, what would the game look like? How would the gameplay and how would the story be? Okay, so I feel like what I would do is there would be multiple starting points depending on essentially which game you want to start at. So there would be like a pretty early on starting point, right? Probably like as far back as I'd say when Andraste was still running around, something like that. And that's okay. Just get in position here. And then like a starting point right during the Ferelden Rebellion, and then a starting point around Dragon Age Origins, then a starting point around Dragon Age 2, and then a starting point around Inquisition. Right? Makes sense. And then a starting point after Inquisition. I think in addition to that, so there would probably be some like scenarios, like custom areas where it's like custom setup. Like, what if the Qunari just completely swept to Vinter? And so there would be a completely different world state for that kind of a thing. And, you know, what if the rifts were never closed? You know, stuff like that. Story-wise, I wouldn't focus too much on the story, but that's because for that kind of a thing, most of that story works better when it's sort of naturally emerging from things like individual stories, like Stellaris does with its event system, which I will never stop praising because it continues to be awesome. So, like, you would have individual quests and arcs and stuff that would happen, you know, events, chains, status quo alterations, all kinds of stuff like that would absolutely happen. One second. Nope. Okay. I actually need to get this trick. I cannot beat the game without this trick. This route. This is the actual, no joking, hardest trick in the game for me right here. Let's make it a little bit easier on us. Turn off the space jump. Yeah, I don't have a very consistent setup for this. No, almost had that. I had it. No! I had it. I got knocked out of it. Oh, man. Gameplay-wise, I think doing the typical paradox thing, which is effectively turn-based, but functionally real-time, would work just fine. There we go. Nope. Oh my god, I had it. Now I can't do it. Alright, whatever. There's actually another way I could do this, so we can actually end the run. Nothing you care. You're not here for this, let me be honest with you. This is just for me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Alt F4. Damn it, Rax. Hey, Mr. Red. I cannot manage this. I did like Endless Space 2's thing. Yeah, I do agree with that. Actually, no, Judo Joker. In fact, the methods we've had in place for funding games for years at this point will finally be able to actually happen once the queue is caught up. They haven't been able to since then because the queue is not caught up. Okay, we're going to do the alternate strategy here. I hate to do this. Yes, all the political questions. Trump sucks. Oh, sorry. The queue is very close to being caught up, although functionally there are other games in the queue. For example, there's this game called Colony Ship, which is funded right now. Resident Evil block is right there. The Homeworld block is right there. So the main thing is this concept called dealer's choice, which you've probably never even heard of, Judo Joker, which, try to be shocked, has never actually gone towards dealer's choice, because we've never really had an opportunity to do so, because the queue hasn't been caught up. So that's the first thing. Second thing will be the obvious fact that you guys will fund games, then I'll fund games, stuff like that. Oh yeah, Morrowind is essentially funded. Ratchet & Clank 1 is funded, thanks to what Dark Prince Revan just said yesterday. I forget what else. There's several games that are either funded or essentially funded. So no, the queue still exists. My nightmare never ends. There we go. So let's go ahead and look at our questions. So I guess that's it. I hope that was a sufficient answer to Base Master. I guess I don't have anything else to add to that. Kenix Cow asks, green or purple? I think we all know purple is the superior color. Well, let's go ahead and turn this back on. So we're not going to do that anymore. Judo Joker says, what do I think some things are that America does better than the rest of the world? So the easy answer to that is food. Food in the United States is extraordinarily available and plentiful, not just in quantity, but in styles and types. It is very, very easy to come by food. I know that sounds strange, but while we have certainly have plenty of homelessness issues, starvation issues are actually pretty small here. Now, we do have other problems with our food. I'm not trying to say... You notice I didn't mention quality, Crazy Norse. Jesus Christ, I can't say anything without immediately being questioned by 15 people. But yes, there is still quite a bit of food availability, so that's cool. I would also say that we have, honestly, a ridiculous diversity of just people, culture groups and people in general in this country. Some would argue that's a problem. I'm not really one of those. I have a second game lined up. I honestly figured we'd be through most of the question queue. I'm a little bit surprised how many questions we've had. Not in a bad way, just a little surprised. So, now that we've effectively beaten the boss, Lunator says, can you clarify what is the criteria for growing my hair? Oh, I already answered that. No. Cordoon says, do I think I'll ever be able to purchase my own home? That's the hope. But to be very clear about that, any situation in which I can buy a home means housing in general has become more of a solved problem. The problem is not really me. I make plenty of money if the economy was like 20 years ago. Like, I have a good, reliable, decent job. The problem is, it's just not enough anymore because of everything else going on. So if the housing situation, if the housing market is solved sufficient that I could afford a house, then anybody could afford a house. Anybody who has any kind of reasonable job at all would be able to afford a house. And that is the goal, and I do think we're going to reach that point. I don't know if we're going to reach it at a point in which it'll matter for me, but I hope it'll be relevant for my kids, my nieces. Any news organization out there that I trust and find useful? No. Although NPR tends to be more useful because they tend to actually cite articles and documents as opposed to just saying something. One thing real quick that pisses me off more than anything else is when is when a particular news entity will not cite sources at all. They just say, this happened. No links, no sources, no nothing. I hate that crap. Also, Kotaku is garbage. All right, got that out of the way. I guess it's not exactly anything new. GG. Should we save the animals? Yep. The Hyperbeam moment. Probably not the first Hyperbeam moment. It certainly gave us the name. Reuters has issues, but I mean, most news agencies have issues. That's not saying much. That's right. Are we saving the animals or are we a Trump supporter? Yeah, I say that jokingly. But if I was to say that sincerely, that would be a good example of noise. That's just obfuscating and confusing the topic in ways that don't need to happen. Listen, Savaka. There we go. Trick of the run. Whee! I screw up that trick more than I should, which is why I jokingly call it the anyways. Let's see. Ect says, am I aware of the aftermath of Shinzo Abe's assassination? No. So unfortunately I have a complete absence of information on that. Alright, we're gonna save him. We're gonna do it. We're gonna save the animals. Saving the animals is a bipartisan issue. Confirmed. That's right, I have doomed the entire universe. Yes, I've seen the terminal montage video. Good morning, Evo. Or should I say Hitler? And... time. Lord Harromont says, what systems of government and voting exist in the Empire? Oh, geez. There's actually a lot. I would love to sit and talk about systems of governance in the Empire, but I don't think anybody else wants to hear me talk about that. So do me a favor, ask me about that like when we're playing Zelda or something. I'll answer it there. That was actually a terrible run, but I kept screwing up and I actually died. Election's the big thing, though. So I went voting, right? There's a thing that's saying, here's the people you should vote for. You know how much information existed to determine who I should vote for? Name, political party, are they incumbent? That's it. That's it. Now, I did my research beforehand, on my own time, 117 in-game. But you see the problem there immediately. Odd. Anyways, so there's a whole lot of information, info in-game, if you will, when it comes to voting in the Empire. And that's the quick and easy thing I can say to answer that. So let's delete this. I feel like I lost some subs. So Huthor subbed. Thank you, Huthor, very much. I need you to go into this line. It's going into like this wonderful, beatific theater, and they're showing you beautiful vistas and stuff like that. And just enjoy the show, okay, Huthor? All right, so. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. And remember, you can put it towards genres, not just individual games. And thank you, Rax. Always appreciate. Go ahead and jot that down for various things. Simus. Yeah, ignore the gun, Huthor. Ignore the gun. Armored Core 6, Near, and Sonic 2D Classic. Judo Joker says, thoughts on Kamala Harris as a candidate and how she ousted Joe Biden for her. The party, excuse me, ousted Joe Biden for her. So Joe Biden was an absolutely terrible candidate. Let's be very clear about that. And removing him from the ballot and replacing him with basically anyone was the right move. I'm sorry, but if we have to choose between a corpse and a pile of garbage, why are we even choosing? I actually know people, this is not even anecdotal, I know people personally who have decided to vote because of the fact that Biden walked out, right? Like the Biden decided to go ahead and accept stepping down. So, enough said on that front. I don't know what else to add to that. Dementia Joe. Yeah, no kidding. By the way, to be very clear, I think both Biden and Trump are too old. And I do. I do think both people are entirely too old to serve for office. I cannot believe it is allowed that people that old are allowed to even run. Like, that makes no real sense to me on several levels. There are other reasons I could say things like that. What the hell? Okay, I misread that, Bladeville, because I read quickly. So what I just read was, it's not the age, really. It's the fact that War Within, please. Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, and War Within. I've actually seen a bunch of stuff that Bernie has been putting out lately. Pretty much specifically about the upcoming situation and the election, all that fun stuff. It's actually been kind of fascinating hearing some of his takes on things. I do still think Bernie is too old to run. Let me be very clear about that. But it is interesting to hear him talk about topics in a way that sounds like he actually still has a functioning brain. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of very elderly people in politics talk, and most of the time, they don't sound like they have a brain, you know? Yeah, Bernie's still got a sharp head, and I will credit him that. All right, so let's go ahead and get this going here. Put this here. Scroll this here. Looks like I have to patch. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Action Man. Lunera says, should just go buy myself a TV stand already and stop obsessing about whether the company sold me the TV or not. They're never going to give you one, Lunera. Let's just lay that out there. They're never going to do it. No, Bernie, I will actually give Bernie credit for exactly one thing above and beyond all else. He understood how relatively powerless he was and goes out of his way to try and draw attention to issues that he thinks are substantial or significant. And that's a pretty smart approach to politics, in my opinion. Like, there's worse ways you could go about that. Yeah, and he's been doing that for a really freaking long time, by the way. That is not a new policy on his part. Yeah, an agitator is actually a pretty good term for what he is. But I do legitimately mean it as a good thing. Okay. Let's scooch this over here so I can read a little bit more. Let's go hit this. There we go. I didn't actually give the speech, Evo. I haven't decided if I'm going to give the speech yet. Yeah, I'm going to be mashing some leveling stuff. Get some leveling work done. I'm also going to take a very brief break. Feel free to keep adding questions to the queue. The queue is still catching them. It hasn't broken yet, which is kind of crazy. There we go. I'll be right back. Okay. Hey, Luke. Thank you again for the bot. It's been very helpful today. And Zalok subs will go towards What the Golf, Unmetal, Lego Jurassic World. Is that a thing? Okay. Right, I should probably unmute the sound. Right. I should probably actually unmute the sound. Hang on. Sure, Spartan. There we go. Okay. This is apparently loud. How's this? How is this loud? I mean, I know why. I even know how. It's just really frustrating. For those of you not aware, OBS functionally pulls at 100%. What I mean by that is if you took your audio slider and cranked it up to 100, that's what it's outputting to OBS. I don't have my audio at 100%. I have it at 50, which is pretty much my norm. So you then asked me to turn it down even more, which is why I so often complain about barely being able to hear the games, is because, you know, at my end, it's more like 25% or lower. I hope it goes well for you, Evo. And I hope everything goes well for you. I suppose that's not saying much, but it's still true. Bella says, on top of Judo Joker's question, do I think Kamala was their original choice and wanted to back her completely, or did they have to do it because it was way too late? That's actually a good question. Oh, where's Rex? I'm going to go ahead and admit I have no idea. The Democratic Party has no idea what they're doing, and that's been true for a long time. So I have absolutely no idea what they were really thinking about, and how they were operating, who was pushing what, and so forth and so on. Who knows? That is my actual answer there. I don't know. I have no idea. Ek asks, who's the better billionaire? Excuse me, millionaire. Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark? So I was about to ask for clarification, but in the question you said, for convenience's sake, assume they are their best characters of any media, so we're not dealing with comic book Stark, which is incredibly important. So, I would, of course, say that if we're assuming the best version of each character, I'm probably going to lean towards Wayne in that case, because the best versions of Wayne go out of their way to do things other than be Batman, put simply. There's sponsorships, there's infrastructure rebuilding projects, there's trying to get people medical help, you know, when they can't afford it, right? And yeah, this is almost entirely in the DCAU. A few comics are like this too. So Wayne goes out of his way to actually use his money to help people on a large scale regularly. Whereas MCU Stark puts more of his money into more large-scale things. Defense systems and early warning systems and fun stuff like that. I'd still go towards Wayne, given that choice. Hi, Bragwin. Nice motorcycle? God, this game. Klaas? Oh, God, I don't know how to pronounce it. Says, what does it take for the USA to get to change its political system? So, the specific question was about voting system, because they bring up the Electoral College, the duopoly of the two-party system, and the first past-the-post voting method. That is an extremely good question. The problem there is what we really need to do is have constitutional amendments in order to fix all of that crap, and what that requires is essentially unanimous support from the states, which is probably never happening, so we're screwed forever. Next question. Yura asks, do I think the main reason there isn't an official service to help you kill yourself is because no one would like to be the one to push the button? Actually, yes. Actually, unfortunately, Off the Deeper End could probably tell you about this, but I know several people in the medical industry who really do not like assisted suicides or anything of that line because nobody wants to be the person pushing the button. Nobody wants to be the one killing someone, even with all of the logical threadbare of they've consented to this is what they want, they're in horrific pain, they're dying anyways. It doesn't matter. And that's in the case of someone who's on their way out. Yeah, then there's other problems with that, and there are quite a few problems with that, to be quite clear. Having suicide booths on the side corner is probably not the solution. And I say that as someone who actually is in favor of choice in almost all affairs. So, shrug. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about executions. I guess I should queue here. Let's just go ahead and do, I don't know, this. Sure. If you're not ready, tough. Boing. Experiment asks, what's my perspective on bodybuilding as a sport and a lifestyle? And then there's a separate question, which I'll answer separately. So, really? Okay. Well, it's Halloween. I guess this is appropriate. Where's your sound effects? Hang on. Why are there sound effects? I should not be having any sound effects. There we go. There we go. Oh, I should probably save Qualitas's miserable life. Yeah, so, okay. Bodybuilding. Bodybuilding, as has been pointed out many, many times by myself, because it comes up a lot in fiction and also in real life, those people aren't really what you'd call healthy in the traditional sense of the word, and they're certainly not strong. What they're doing is they are sculpting for appearance, right? Like, that's the goal there. The requirements changes based on the specific competition or the age or the opinion of the road, whatever. There's all sorts of things that go into that. But the bottom line is, what they're going for is they're trying to sculpt. I like calling it sculpting rather than building because it's actually arguably more accurate of a terminology. And yeah, there's also steroid use, which is allowable and acceptable under certain provisos and competitions. Now, I'm not a huge fan of any of that, to be quite honest with you, but then again, as I just mentioned, I'm pretty pro-choice in general. So if they want to do that to their bodies, that really is their call. I have no interest in that personally, however, because I'm more interested in actual physical health. I actually find a great deal of interesting factoids about physical health, and I do find physical education to be fascinating. It's something I would consider myself a geek of. Which brings us to what kind of physical exercise I do. Now, I don't do as much as I would like to. Part of that is a consequence of time. Part of that is a consequence of health. But I would do a fairly regular spread out. Did we not get a fairly spread out regime given the opportunity to do so, especially focusing on things like my legs and my shoulders and upper chest area. But I tend to just like to do things that stretch out my joints, stretch out my tendons, and make sure that I am staying limber and capable of moving and moving well. I also really love basic aerobic exercises because that's really good for the heart, really good for the lungs, and quite frankly, regardless of health reasons, it just makes me feel better. I literally feel better when I am staying as exercised as I can, which is why I make it a point to try and do stretching exercises on a multi-daily basis. Lord Harromont says, assuming there is there any U.S. politician you would actually respect and consider a favorite U.S. politician? Yeah, Bernie Sanders. I actually already said that. I don't agree with him about everything, obviously, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for the man and the stuff he has been doing for a very long period of time. I would have rather had him than Biden. Anyways, actually there's a woman in California who, once again, I don't agree with on everything, but I tend to like her. And there's the current head of transportation, who was also a part of Indiana's transportation group. I became aware of him thanks to my my other parents. Yeah, Kathy Porter, thank you. And he's pretty cool. He's Pete Buttigieg. I'm probably saying his name wrong, But that man is the kind of man who I would actually unironically vote for president, because even though, once again, I don't agree with him on everything, I think he actually has the capacity to be a competent leader and someone who actually can handle himself in front of a group and deal with situations and deal with questions in a way that shows that there's a functional brain operating there, as opposed to whatever other nonsense we've had to deal with for the last, like, 30 years. Yeah, Pete is boring. Exactly. Which, I'm going to be very clear about this. Some people think I'm joking. Some people think I'm memeing. I am not. We need more boring people in government. We do not need rock stars in government. We do not need celebrities in government. We need nice, boring people who are trying to do their freaking jobs. So, yeah, excuse me. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, we don't need any more goddamn celebrities. I'm sick of it. Sorry for getting angry about that, but it legitimately pisses me off tremendously that there's just been such a push for the last, I'd say, about 40 years at this point, towards more rock star people in governance. Did nobody pick up the key? Okay, there's the key. Thank you, Bragwin. Yeah, exactly. Give me a boring statesman who is responsible over bread and or circuses. Please. Now, Pete may or may not be that. This is regardless of him. Yeah, that was about 40 years ago, wasn't it, Crazy Horse? Yeah, rock stars win elections. Why do you think people back Trump? Anyways, there's actually a lot of reasons why people back Trump. That's sort of the sad part, if it may be so. Let's scooch over here. Hang on. Land catch-up. Damn, Equalitas. Damn. Don't mind the lag. It's fine. It's fine. Just twitching it up. I'm actually scared to ask your reasons, Savacom, because I have a speech that I haven't decided to talk about yet, and I don't really think I should. I actually think that might be crossing over the polemic line if I gave the speech I was going to give. I spent some time last night doing some research and pulling up receipts, and it kind of disgusted me. And I don't say that laughingly or jokingly or memeingly or like, oh my god, the other side's terrible. No, it actually made me feel kind of terrible. And it doesn't matter. Like, that's the biggest reason why I've been debating not giving the speech. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. If you most of the people who might care have either already voted or aren't going to listen to me anyways. No matter how many receipts I dig up, we talked about this, noise. No matter how many receipts I dig up, no matter how much evidence I give, no matter how much reasoning I give, it doesn't matter because people are either don't trust the information, noise, or have already made up their mind, noise. That's all there is to that. There's no winning that. There's no point in anything. So, experiments say, oh no, I already answered that question. I already answered. X says, are you aware of the recent Valencia flood? No, I am not. I'm curious why you're asking that today. Yeah, I did. Roman Cure says, you suddenly get your hands on a replicator technology. Aha! For some reason, it looks like, it looks like a Goomba. I found a replicator. Behold. So now that I've got this Goomblicator. The, whoop, wrong way. God, it's so dark in here. Let's do this. Do this. Well, you don't like my Goomba plushie? I see how this works out. Okay, so Robocure says, I suddenly have a replicator. It is a single working replicator. It has a pattern to replicate the replicator and a scanner to add pattern to the replicator. What, if anything, would you try to accomplish in a situation? Okay, so the first thing I would do is never allow anyone to know that it exists ever. And that is not a joking response. Because that is an incredibly powerful tool that I trust absolutely no one else in the world with. Now, sorry, can I tell? No, yeah, that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. What makes me think I'm worthy? I didn't say I trusted myself. So, that's true. I was just thinking about that, Crazy Norse. My first thought was I have to figure out some way to get enough power to power the damn thing. Am I going to destroy it? No, that would be insane. It would actually be foolish to destroy a tool like that. What a replicator would probably be most useful for is the fundamental basics, I think. Food and water. Literally, food and water. So I feel like the focus there would be trying to figure out some way to either get loans or get involved in a business, get a company startup, and then just kind of quietly start producing clean water and like, you know, getting it into the system, for lack of a better way to put that. There are plenty of places, even in the country that I live in, that absolutely, see you around Plutonia, have fun, that absolutely have water shortages and drought problems, and being able to deal with that by increasing the literal amount of water in the system, I think would be at least helpful. Obviously, as Crazy Norse mentioned, I would have to try and replicate some kind of power source that actually keep the sucker functional. That itself would be its own problem, because that power source needs to be something that is safe, which is its own insane problem. Like, it would be a huge, long, involved process of trying to do the most good I possibly can with it by slowly introducing more and more aspects of it into society around me. Because if I just suddenly was like tomorrow, like, hey, everyone has a replicator, that's crazy, right? A nice, slow gradient increase in available resources is something that feels like it's a little bit more useful. Yeah, no, you get it, Crazy Norse. You get the general direction I'm going in there. Oh, okay, this is the thing. I am seduced by my... This is my secret Canadian girlfriend. This is her. What's her name? Lady Amandine or something like that? No, it's... Bragwin, you're busy in the dungeon. Rax is also busy in the dungeon. I'll do it. I was gonna set up a poll. Let me get through more questions first. Hang on, where are we at on questions? Lord Harromont says, should I stop listening to the stream and go play Dragon Age 4? Yes, Dragon Age 4 is going to be much more entertaining than I ever can be. Sean says, what I was referring to was the constant broken of buggy releases and any criticism that is met with mockery and scorn from the developers. So yes, I do 100% agree with you that there are plenty of developers who are far too deep up their own asses about certain things like that. However, the problem is I've simply seen too many interviews from too many people and have too many contacts with too many people who themselves have attested that while there are certainly some developer assholes, there's also plenty of developers who are not. By contrast, a lot of those problems tend to come from other sources. For example, artificial deadlines, like, random example, Dragon Age 4, which had to meet the deadline of today, even though it only started primary production last year. Just random example off the top of my head. I think that developers in general probably need to unionize and actually deal with some of this crap and push back against this crap instead of just kind of shrugging, or worse, and this is what Sean is referencing, going along with it. Yes, this is Final Fantasy 14. X says, what would it take for you to consider upgrading any parts of my current system? You mean my computer? I don't actually have a solid answer to that. As weird as it may sound, I'm probably set up for a while, like in the years range when it comes to my current setup. Like a bare minimum of like 5 years, I'm good. I might not be able to play some of the most up-to-date and modern releases, but oh no. Yeah, FF16 heard it, but that's a very unoptimized mess, which absolutely shoves stuff through the CPU, and even that, almost all of the problem was just on OBS itself. The game ran fine. So, shrug. So, yeah, no, I'm not particularly concerned about upgrading anything anytime soon, which is good, because I absolutely cannot afford it. What's my opinion on comedians like John Oliver and Jon Stewart? Something I'll always give credit to John Oliver specifically of that duo is that he and his team, mostly his team, let's give credit where credit is due, go out of their ways to do their homework, to do the research. While I may or may not agree with their specific takes, and Lord knows they love to drop their takes, at least they bother to give me the information so I can determine my own goddamn mind about the topic, right? Like, I can look at that and be like, oh, okay. Now, for the record, I do find both of them funny. But that feels like it's a separate question, right? That's a separate thing over there, regardless of my opinion on them politically, which is what I assumed was being asked of me. Oh, I hate this song. I hate this song. No, 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 no. Oh, okay, it's gone. It's gone. Whew. Yeah, Stewart burned himself out so hard. I mean, yeah. Alright, so what do we got here? Let's see. What is something that used to be in your younger days that's no longer the case today that I miss the most? You know, real talk, this is going to sound so dumb. Game rentals. I miss being able to try out games by renting them for a weekend. That was a useful tool and got me access to a tremendous quantity of variety of games I never would have tried out otherwise. And is a tool that, for all intents and purposes, does not exist anymore. Yeah. I mean, it's not even that long ago, really, the rental era. But that is something that I think is the closest thing to an I miss that I've got. What killed the rental market? You know, truth be told, I don't know. I never looked into it. I mean, obviously, Blockbuster tried really, really hard to corner that market and then died. So that might have been part of the problem. So thanks for that, Blockbuster. But other than that, I have no idea. Like I said, never looked into it. Whoops. Yeah, do you remember trying to judge a game by its cover, literally? I do. That's how I tried Mega Man 2. I think I've talked about that. Alright, so. Yeah, Mega Man 1. Yeah. Anyways, Lunarith says, aren't there ways we can change things to promote people being curious and or having time and resources and open-mindedness and critical things to look things up? I'm open to suggestions. Also, considering search engines are getting worse doesn't mean there are things that can be done to make them better. Actually, yes. What needs to happen, I cannot believe I'm repeating myself on this, but don't worry, it's something I'm going to talk about a lot because I am a very, very boring person. We need more regulation for certain governmental bodies, or from some certain governmental bodies, towards certain things that we use on such an everyday, daily basis that they have a domino effect on everything else. Google is absolutely one of those things, but it is not the only thing that has this problem. Search engines in general have been garbage for years, and they are actively getting worse. There needs to be pushback against that. There needs to be some kind of standards and requirements of them to actually keep up with not sucking. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Search engines are literally a strategic resource. Governmental agencies and operatives and officers will use search engines as part of their daily governance and job. You cannot just allow that to be under the purview of some random manager who decided that something sounded cool to him because he read it in a magazine. Yeah, Twitter should... I'm getting off topic. Point being. So that would be my answer to you, Linarith. Warp Core says, how many hours do I work a week? On camera or off or both? Also, I like to think that this is what this battle actually sounds like in lore. Just soak it in for a second. This just... I'm gonna fight Ultima! I work an average of 10 hours a day and 7 days a week. That sometimes goes up, that sometimes goes down, it depends. Nope, that's still the song I hate. Yeah, Primogenesis. Don Crow asks, ever thought of doing a watch-along for bad movies like once a month? Oh, yeah. I don't have time for that in any direction. End statement, I suppose. Also, it's not really possible to do on stream. Experiment says, have you come across the game Moon Remix RPG Adventure? I'm afraid I have never heard of that. So I'm going to go ahead and go with a rather firm no, simply because I've literally never heard of it. Judo Director says, the question everyone wants to know, how excited are you for the potential Judo Block 2.0 in the next year? And which games are you most excited for? So of the Judo Block 2, let's see. So we've got Mercenaries 2. Oh god, I don't actually remember the other games of the block. I'm going to default to Mercenaries 2 because I don't remember what else is in the Judo block 2. So quiet. I'm going to give Judo a second. No, he does. It's a joke, Rex. It's a joke. Judo Joker is very diligent about not only getting funding, but also getting other people interested in funding his runs. So as a consequence, he tends to get runs funded better than everyone else. He's probably one of the most common people to get a run funded on my show in general. Okay, so Mercenaries 2, Double Agent, Cyberpunk, and Hitman Blood Money. Of that list, the one I am most not looking forward to, which I know not what you asked, but I'm going to answer anyways, is Cyberpunk. I do not want to play that game again. It was hilariously, crucially, ridiculously long. And as for which one I'm looking forward to best, probably Hitman Blood Money. I'm very curious about the old Hitmans, and I bounced off the original, I think it was Hitman 2, really, really, really hard back in the day. So it'll be interesting to give that another shot and see what I think of it. Oh, and now we're caught up. So we're just going to go ahead and this, delete. Nope. Hang on, someone added a question. So I can't delete things. Hang on. There we go. Sean says, in Mass Effect, the best one of the trilogy, which obviously means Andromeda, you could call Liara's mating practices disgusting. You could also agree with Ashley's racism or support human supremacist groups. Those kind of dialogue options are gone. Is that good or bad? Bad, absolutely. I don't care for Mass Effect 1 that much, and I've never been quiet about that. But one thing I will always support is more dialogue options, even if it doesn't actually change the specific narrative, even if it doesn't branch the plot, because we, the players, need to have the ability to decide our character. We need, in those kind of games, and CRPGs in general, to have that option to be able to say, hey, this is my flavor of that. I've used for years games like Planescape Torment, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, well, mostly Baldur's Gate 2. So Baldur's Gate 2, Planescape Torment, and Dragon Age Origins as examples of games where we have a sufficient quantity of options to allow for some variety in deciding who and what we are, some nuance in choices. And the reduction of those is absolutely a bad thing, in my opinion. Lunarith says, how the heck is this illusion even this close? How are there undecided people? Wouldn't the loss of abortion rights itself make this election a landslide? Are the polls not representing this? So actually, those are all good questions. Let me answer the last one first because it's the easiest to answer. Polls are not representative. That should be obvious. Like that should be a duh, but it really needs to be reemphasized. How little reality polls reflect. Ignoring the obvious fact that even if you somehow magically were able to ask everyone in the country their opinion on something, yeah, right, but even if you somehow accomplish that, the answer they give you is not going to be necessarily truthful or indicative or even something they're doing, because they might not want to answer you, or they might want to just get rid of you or whatever, right? First thing. Second thing, the overwhelming majority of polls are rigged. There's no better way to put that. Polls are there to try and push a message, not convey information. That's very, very, very not indicative. So that's the easiest question there answered. How is the election this close? The Electoral College is the actual answer to that question. And let's see, how are there undecided people? I'm not even sure there are, to be quite honest with you. You know, that's its own thing. And then, wouldn't the loss of abortion rights by itself make this election a landslide? So there's this concept, I've actually talked about this several times, called a one-issue voter, right? It's not always one issue. Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 5. But let's say, let me use a random example. Okay, hear me out. We're going to use video games to convey this, because it's a lot quicker and easier to do. Let's just say that I am running for the Final Fantasy archivist, and so is Rax. No, so is Blue Wind. I'm going to use them as an example, even though they're not here. I apologize, Blue Wind, if you're hearing this on the VODs, okay? Now, as a consequence of this position, we have to axe some of the Final Fantasy games from, like, existing, okay? So that means I'm probably going to keep the FF games I consider best and most significant to keep around, right? Let's say I can only keep 5. So I choose Final Fantasy VI because of the quality of the game, Final Fantasy VII for its significance. Yeah, you probably already see where I'm going with this, yeah. Let's say, off the top of my head, Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 4, and let's say... Oh, God, I don't know. Let's go with Final Fantasy 9 for the last pick, okay? That's not a great pick, but that's off the top of my head. I didn't put too much thought into it. Just bear with me. This is an analogy, okay? So those are the 5 issues that I am championing, okay? Blue Wind is going to be picking their own 5 issues, right? So probably going to pick FF2, right? I know they like FF6. I know they like FF7. I know they like FF9, and I know they like FF3. But they don't like FF1 at all, so that wouldn't be on their list, right? You get the idea here, right? So these are our issues, right? You care about FF4. This is what a one-issue voter boils down to. When someone is running for office, they're representing a large... I picked 5 things, but honestly, it's more like 50. There is a huge body of things that they are in favor of and supportive of that may or may... Thank you, Braven. That may or may not be something they can even functionally do, and they may be lying about it. So there's 2 other layers of irritation on top of all of this. You have to... whoops. You have to presume that they actually are telling the truth about what they say they're backing. So you have to assume that I am actually going to back FF4, for example. And you have to then presume that I'm going to be capable of doing that because no one rules in a vacuum, right? The significance of all of this is that's a whole lot of terrible, awful, frustrating complexity for you, the voter, to have to deal with. So what do? Well, what do you care about? You don't care about FF1 or because history. It's just a terrible NES game. Screw that. And you don't care about any of the games I mentioned. You're big in FF14, but FF14 is kind of representative of the old FF, so maybe you're more on my side than the Blue Wind side. And you sort of get how this starts to affect elections. So if the right party, regardless of who's the person actually running, is saying that they're going to push for FF3 and FF4 and FF5, and you happen to care about FF5, you're more likely to vote that way, regardless of everything else, because that's the one thing you care about. That's what a one-issue voter boils down to. There's no shaming in this, by the way. I'm not shaming people for this. Life is complicated. There's a lot of things. And as we already mentioned, the 40-hour work week is, once again, part of the problem. If people had more time and availability to actually, look into these things and figure out who they're supporting, they might not support the people they're supporting, right? But... Whoop, 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 whoop. Bragwin! No! Yeah, there's too many things to vote for. There's too much that goes on in just at a country level. On a state level, there's too many things going on. It's one of the reasons why I have always, ever since I was a child, been far more in favor of local and district level things, right? Well, it's interesting you say that, Lunar, because it probably is. I will go ahead and be honest with you. I kind of am a little bit of a single-issue person, too. I'm kind of not at the same time, because I've actually done my homework on this particular topic, but I don't want to vote for a convicted rapist to be my president, That's kind of a line for me. So, all of the other things I could mention kind of fail at that point. So, for all intents and purposes, I am functionally also a one-issue voter, right? Like, that's just the one thing that has decided my position for me. Make sense? I would like to think that's a good line to draw. I don't know. It does not seem to matter for a lot of people. But that's their provision. I am very, very, very pro-choice, and I understand how flawed of a perspective that is to make. It's life. Maybe, Linnerth. We'll probably do some, raids soon after this. How? Alright, this is taking more of my concentration than Super Metroid did. FF14 is harder than Super Metroid. Confirmed. Or maybe I'm just really, really good at Super Metroid, guys. It's one of those things. I don't know. Left the sound effect for the crash there. That was funny. Anyways, I hope that answers you, Leonard. So moving on to the next thing. X says, what do you think about centrists and people who insist on centrism? I have been accused of being a centrist many, many times, which is actually funny, because I kind of am, but only in application, not in personal belief. Let me explain that a little bit more. Centrism is... Let me walk this sentence back a little bit. There's a reality that we can... How did that hit me? That we cannot just ignore an entire body of populace because we happen to disagree with them. That doesn't work that way, right? Now, there are extremes, there's directions, there's all kinds of things that works in other direction of. But you cannot avoid alienating. You cannot afford to alienate an entire body like that for a lot of different reasons. Now, I suppose I just realized I'm answering the centrism argument with my own definition of centrism. I should probably clarify that what most people say when they mean centrism is do nothing. I am extremely anti-do nothing. I am very pro do stuff. I am very pro do your goddamn job. That's my policy right there to a freaking T. And a lot of people do not convey it as such. Centrism is more like trying to find reasonable ways to appeal to different political voting bodies and people who care differently about different issues in a way that actually somehow satisfies at least as many of people as it is actually possible to. Oh, here we go. In other words, on some issues there is no middle solution, right? There is no way to make both sides happy. So you have to take a side there. Usually what can and arguably should be done is that they will find another thing to then swing the other way, to give them something else they want. So you get this and we get that. That's government. To put it as bluntly as I can. Nobody's going to agree on everything 100%. It doesn't work that way. And so, I guess that answers your question, Act? I don't know. See, the problem there is that, again, the word centrism has been so misused and abused that I'm not even sure it means anything at this point. Which is why I just realized I had to actually clarify really quick what I meant by that. Drag it on! Good job. Zach Taft says, do I think Disney will change things in the MCU now that most of the old gang left? Yes. Okay, Bregman. I'm gonna hit PvP next anyways. Which we can't queue for in a group, can we? No, we can. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I didn't think we could. Oh, we're losing Rax. Bye, Rax. Get out of my party. Get out of my party. Death to Rax. Let's try it again. Yeah, I'm just going down the list, basically, at Qualitas. I have no idea, Little Billy. Communist! That's another thing. Actually, I have a really quick question. Yeah, sure thing, Bladeable. I actually, if anybody could put this in the question queue and answer to my question I'm about to ask. Anybody here who is very anti-socialism, can you give a reason why? And I don't mean that as an attack. It's just, most people who are incapable of answering that question. And I've been asking people because I've been very curious about this topic for a while now. Anyways, moving on. How to define socialism. So, the point of the question is kind of to not define socialism? Because the people who say socialism is awful have their own definition of socialism, right? You can't say something's awful if you don't know what it is. So, that would be my answer to that question. Let's see here. Judo Joker asks, is my sense of failure at all tied to being a professional streamer? No, I love streaming. Thank God I'm not a YouTuber anymore. Oh my God. You have no idea how glad I am to not be a YouTuber anymore. Moving on. Experiment says, I know you like video game music, but what are some of your favorite non-video game music artists, if any? I liked Evanescence when they first came out. And I'm actually going to have to literally open up my iTunes to come up with other names. I like a couple of Nickelback songs. Let's see. I have a playlist just for this. Here we go. I like Dwayne and Brando. F's, by the way. I like several Eiffel 65 songs. Let's see here. Weird Al Yankovic is incredibly talented. I should probably get on mount. I like one Marilyn Manson song. You probably even know the one. I like one Dragon Force song. Let's see here. That appears to be the list. Oh, no, hang on. I also like one Eagles song. There you go. What are we doing? Following the crowd. I'm barely paying attention. All right, let's see here. I begin with the end in mind. Says, are you familiar with the Red Queen hypothesis? No. Consider its moral implications if only it takes one person. Okay, so you have us, Savacom. I mean, I'm kicking you out of the family because you're voting for Trump, but you still have us. Sorry, I have to say that joke. Let's see here. Are you familiar with the Red Queen hypothesis? So, no is the answer to that question. Hang on. Yeah, no Thanksgiving. We don't want to talk about politics, Thanksgiving. Or we don't want to talk about politics, Savacom. I don't know why I call... Your new name is Thanksgiving. That's your name. Red Queen hypothesis. Ah! Alright, time to die. Perfect. I can't wait to die. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me, damn you. Kill me. You're killing me too. Oh, there I got him dead. Thank God. Okay, so the Red Queen hypothesis is the evolutionary biology proposed in 1973. This is just from Wikipedia. Species must constantly adapt, evolve, and proliferate to survive. Okay. Alright. So that then applies to moral overlay implications. If it only takes one person to exploit a system in order for everyone to abandon the system to compete for survival, is there a solution for this? Actually, so I think I understand your question. And I do have an answer, believe it or not. And that answer is, there is no one answer you can give to that. It doesn't work that way. I've actually talked about this a lot lately because this keeps coming up. We as a species tend to seek out fire and forget solutions. Fire and forget solutions do not work. They're a good first filter. They're a good starting point of a solution. But they don't actually solve problems. We like to have systems in place. You like having running water, right? But that takes maintenance. That takes stewardship. There are people who have to go and double check those pumps and those pipes and those valves and those seals to make sure that they are upkept. Because otherwise, that fire and forget system of just leaving the pipes running, that doesn't work. We know this. This isn't even just logical presumption based on reality. We have tangible evidence that that doesn't work. And that's true in everything, whether it comes to a video game system, whether it comes to programming designs or code or political systems or like literally just maintaining your goddamn yard or cleaning your stove, right? You need oversight. Oversight is, at its fundamental core, the idea of maintenance and coming back through and saying, okay, hold up. If people hate road work, we kind of need road work. People in Florida need to take care of the road workers more, but that's unrelated. Yeah, no, you need to keep up on that kind of thing. And that is, hypothetically, my answer to that. Okay, so Rhea Girl asks, Empire or Stormcloaks? Empire all the way. Because of two big reasons. First of all, the Stormcloaks can go directly to hell, not pass go, and not collect $200. But second of all, they also have no long-term solution in mind for anyone or anything. They're just like, let's just divide our forces against the real enemy, and that'll fix things. Anyways, Lunarith asks, think of something Trump could say or do if he would happen, he would lose by a vast majority. I don't think that's possible at this point. I'm going to say this one more time. Trump is a convicted rapist. What's past that? He also was convicted of defaming the victim in question, by the way. You know, blasting her and trying to drag her name through the mud. I have actually studied the conviction, Savakam. I bothered to do my due diligence on this one. In fact, he was also convicted. It was appealed, as it should be. That is how the system should work. And then the appeal was reconfirmed. So he is convicted, appealed, and then reconvicted. That is about as concrete as it's possible to be under the system we have. Now, I will never know the truth on that, and I cannot ever know the truth on that. That is not possible. But I do actually have sufficient faith in the United States court systems to say that that is probably as close to true as we're getting. And I know that's a lot of words to say, yes, I think that's fair. But life is complicated, right? That's life. The courts are such a fascinating thing for me. Because there's one thing I do actually admire about the court system in general, not just the United States. And that is the fact that once you get in front of a judge and or a jury, the rules change a little bit, right? Let me explain that a little bit. That's true, Lord Harromont. If I right now said, can I pick on you, Savakam? Is that okay? I don't want to seem like I'm picking on you. It's just I was thinking about you because this is kind of a question related to you. But I'll wait. I'll wait until you give me permission. If not, I'll pick on Reagan. Okay. So let's say I say Savakam is literally Hitler, and let's say I also mean that, like not as a joke, not as a meme. Let's say that I am blasting noise about that constantly and trying to plug the idea that Savakam is literally a reincarnation of Hitler. Now, I can do that. I have the right to do that. I know that sounds strange, but I do. There are responsibilities and moral quandaries and ethics around that, but at the bottom line, I do have the legal right to say pretty much whatever the hell I want to under certain provisos and circumstances. There are some asterisks to that, but that's something I can do. So I could say that till the cows come home. But if Savakam drags me into court, and I'm in front of a judge and or a jury, and they say, do you think she's Hitler? I have to say no. Because I cannot prove it. And this is something that Trump himself and Trump's team, in many cases, I don't know why I'm picking on him. This is something that happened in a lot of cases, but recently, right? People who will say nonsense, total nonsense, get dragged in front of a court and dragged up there, and they say, do you think this nonsense is true? And they say, no, because they can no longer prove it, because they are in a court of law, where they're expected to be able to actually back up those words. This has been why do you think there was no actual election fraud the last election? Why do you think the election wasn't actually stolen? It's because the people who keep saying it was have said in court that they don't think there was any election fraud because they cannot prove it. They have no evidence. And that has sort of formed a degree of, maybe trust is the wrong word, but I guess respect for the court system in general for me. Because Lord knows I was dragged through the coals and my life was effectively destroyed by the legal system. But the court system is a little bit different. You notice I distinguish those two things. Because once I got into an actual trial, once they finally dragged me in front of a jury and a judge, the trial went exactly the way it should, right? Everything went very smoothly. I was like, oh, yeah, no, you're completely innocent. Duh. Here's the proof. Duh. And all of the rest of that nonsense suddenly didn't matter because we were in a court. Does that make sense? I'm sorry for this random tangent, but this is something that's been on my line. It's why I actually have several receipts that I bothered to look up links for, which are pretty much all court documents. Because when you say that stuff in front of a court, it's different, right? It's different. Like, I had a police captain get in front of the thing who was in charge of my case and investigating my case, who had said many times, oh, he's totally guilty. Get in front of a judge and say, no, he's completely innocent. Of course he is. There's no evidence whatsoever that he was guilty. Because they were in front of a court. It's different. Exactly, Savakam. You're starting to get it. It's why prosecutors can go directly to hell. sorry. It's why so many prosecutors push so hard for settlements, is because they know that if they get someone up in front of that room, that very boring, very terrifying room, they have to be like, all right, hang on, rules have changed. Sorry for really going off tangent there, but you get it. Yeah, perjury is a hell of a thing. I know, Crazy Norse, I'm aware. Yeah, prosecutors... I know Kamala Harris was once a prosecutor. I am aware of her legal career. I have said many times that I am not actually pro-Kamala. Because I'm not! I disagree with her on many things, including the Gaza issue, by the way. But, like, I have to vote this way because... So here's the speech. I'll go and give the speech. It's actually really simple. It's not very long. I cannot vote for Trump. And I want to explain why very simply. Because it's not about the fact that he has red. It's not about the fact that he is in favor of any given policy or has any particular political leaning. It is not about the fact that he is someone I disagree with on a personal level or have a personal distaste for. None of that matters to me when it comes to this specific thing. Trump has a proven... Hang on. Got to proviso this. This is not coming from anything that I have ever been told. This is my own judgment based on reading the evidence myself. I have actually gone through court documents in order to see actual actions and decide based on those my own inference. This is not coming from CNN. This is not coming from Fox News. This is not coming from Twitter. This is not coming from Trump's mouth. This is not coming from Kamala's house or Biden's mouth or my friend next door. That is important to clarify where this is coming from, okay? He has a proven record of disregarding the law. He has a proven record of being someone who absolutely flaunts the very rule of law and due process of the court systems. One of the reasons he has been sued and had lost so many lawsuits over and over for decades is because he is so hilariously terrible of a person to defend that even though he has all these lawyers and all these people on his side, he still keeps losing because he is that disregarding of the very concept of the rule of law. I cannot, under any circumstances, vote for someone or be in favor of someone who is so thoroughly against the rule of law, has so little respect for the concept of it. Also, he's a convicted rapist. I mean, I'm sorry to keep going back to that well. That was actually more like the fourth thing I uncovered when I was doing my research over the last week. Because I was looking up a whole bunch of stuff. Like, there was the whole thing about the university. Remember that? When, oh, there we go. When he was sued, there was a class action lawsuit against him because Trump University was fraudulent. And it was proven fraudulent, and then that was appealed, and then it was proven fraudulent again. And so he had to have a settlement where he dumped like $20 million or whatever on all of the people who attended his university. And then there was the thing like where he was doing charity fraud in New York. And then there was the thing where the recent thing, Stormy Daniels. That's the big flashy thing, right? Even that's so minor, relatively speaking. Everyone's like, "Oh, he's a convicted criminal," pointing to that incident as if that's the worst possible thing. And then the fourth thing I came across was the conviction again. What was her name? I wrote down her name. Hang on. E. Jean Carroll. I'm probably pronouncing her name wrong. I apologize to her. Not that she'll ever hear this. E. Jean Carroll was someone who went through some really horrible stuff. Backed off because she was scared of a rich person. Came back a few years later, and several years later, and decided to go ahead and push for legal action on the matter, recognizing the unsteadiness of her situation. Went through a several-year trial. Trump spent the entire time constantly defaming her. That was added on top of that. It's oh my God, reading that was so Soul draining. I don't know. I honestly recommend you not look into it. I know that sounds strange that I'm encouraging you to not inform yourself when that's all I've been talking about all day, but God, it was so soul draining reading about that whole thing. Oh my God. And after going through all of that and finding out that he was convicted, and then they appealed it, and then he was reconvicted, reaffirmed that. That was just kind of the moment where I didn't know how to process that. You know what I mean? I have absolutely no idea how to process that. I apologize for sounding ranty. I do not mean to. I'm speaking with sincerity when I say that I have lost the ability to mentally chew on that. That's why I was going to do the speech. When I was just like, rule of law, blah, 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 also that. Yeah, this match is going on way too long. What is going on here? Somebody win, please. You need 5 more points. Win! Yeah, I'm not even going to get into the fact that I disagree with him on so many of his actual policies because I'm an economics geek. All of his intended policies, all the things he says he's going to do, and I have to phrase it that way, are nonsense. It's like, what? Do you understand anything you're talking about? And the answer is probably not. Because, again, he's probably saying things regardless of whether he actually means them, right? He's a politician. He's always been a politician. Even before he went into politics. Tariffs will lower prices. That's not how tariffs work. Mass deportation. Do you know what that will mean? Point being, the entire idea behind the economic stuff is the argument can and has been leveled that he doesn't mean it. That he's just saying stuff to get elected. And the harsh reality is, I can't argue against that. I do not have the power to argue against that because it is entirely possible he is just saying things, right? That he is just saying whatever to get himself elected. He absolutely is capable of doing that. He has been doing that since before he entered politics. Again, he's a showman. He's a rock star. And so he does that. Speech off. What am I doing next? Who's wanting to join? Does anybody want to join for the next thing? I think we're hitting raids next. We gotta hit alliance raids, normal raids, and trials, I think. We'll get Cordoon in here. Where the hell am I at in the question? If given carte blanche, the proper team, and a budget worthy of it, what form would your ideal Final Fantasy XVII take? I don't care about Wondrous Tales. That's whatever. What do I want FF17 to look like? First of all, Devil May Cry. What's actually funny is I wouldn't mind... So, this is going to sound like a weird comment. I liked FF16 quite a bit. It scored really high for a reason. But I kind of wish it was more Devil May Cry, you know? As we talked about during the run, it felt more like Dragon's Dogma than it did Devil May Cry. I want it to go even more into the full-on beat-em-up controls. I think that would be awesome. I think that would legitimately be really, really rad. The problem is the game's going to have to be much shorter. We're probably going to have to eject levels entirely or redesign them so that they're actually worthwhile. Story-wise, I'd love something a little bit more politically, not necessarily grounded, but just something more politically. You can do high fantasy politically stuff. That's pretty cool. I also think that you could... I don't know. Could someone help Spartan how to join me? I don't know how this works. Yeah, cut out the time skips. Just get rid of that crap. Still have the kaiju fights. I'm fine with that. Like, the summons being kaiju fights actually is a great idea, in my opinion. And it's something they need to lean into more. And have a frickin' party. I know we talked about that back and forth, but honestly, even though I'm kind of neutral on the point, I do think having a party would be better than not when it comes to a Final Fantasy game, my opinion. Even if you go full Devil May Cry, even in Devil May Cry 5, we still have Virgil and Nero and Dante, you know? I don't know why I said Virgil. I mean, I know why I said Virgil, but you get it. Anyways, so that's my answer to that one, Locke. Ross asks a question. Remove all Disney restrictions. How would you fix the Cassandra arc Entangled, with the caveat that she still ends up turning at the end of Season 2? Other than that, you can change anything. So let's make the obvious change first. Obviously, everything I already mentioned that they should have done with Varian, right? Have Season 2 be the Varian season of him slowly turning it around, right? Because what we want to do is we want to have her, Cassandra, slowly turning down across the entire season. I also would completely eject several of the moments where Cassandra and Rapunzel actually get closer to each other. In fact, what I would want to do, and Lord knows that they have the animation and nuance to do this, is make it so that Cassandra isn't overly fond of Rapunzel, and Rapunzel keeps pushing that, right? And so instead of coming to terms with each other and being close to each other and being friends, instead make it that as Rapunzel is just more and more being, let's call it what it is, being an extrovert in Cassandra's face, have Cassandra slowly wilting further and further away from her to the point where she gets really frustrated and aggravated, and it gets to the point where she actually has the mentality that she said she has, that she totally didn't. In other words, that she feels like she's forever going to be in her shadow, because she's just so sick of dealing with this person who will not leave her alone. And so, in a moment of desperation, grab. Oh, also eject what's-her-face. I don't remember her name. Just get rid of her completely, and get rid of the mother connection completely. Neither of those are necessary. That's how I would do it. Zuntiri, that was her name. Are we good, by the way? Is this everyone? I guess it's everyone. So let's do this. One thing I miss about WoW is being able to queue for multiple things at once. RJ Dim says, are reviewers that fly out to do pre-release events and accept hotels and flights from game company accepting bribes? Yes. I begin with the end in mind. Asks, what needs to happen to solve the housing problem? Oh, Jesus Christ. A lot. I am actually more familiar with that particular economic submodel than a lot of other submodels. People who overcharge for the construction of houses, people who overcharge for the sale of houses, people who overcharge for the transaction of houses, people who invest in houses, all of those people essentially need to be reined the hell in. It is flatly unacceptable that housing has become a regularly traded commodity. It needs to stop. But that is like one step of like 15, right? There needs to be no possibility, frankly, of any kind of holding firm or company owning a house, right? A person, an individual needs to be able to hold a house. And people probably need to not be able to hold multiple houses. I should mention, by the way, before you decide to come after me for this, my own uncle, who just died this year, owned like 5 houses. And I was never particularly a fan of that, and I am certainly less of a fan of it now. No, he didn't offer for me to live in any of them. Why would he do that? They're his houses, okay? And he rents those out. Like, no. I'm sorry. I understand the concept of investment. I really do. Investment is not something that should go away, because investment is overall, and in many cases, a good thing. Whoa, camera being weird. But what needs to happen is people... Hello. Got some lag spikes here. People need to be able to have homes. I don't know how else to put that. People need to be able to have places to live. We need to not have landlords. I don't know how better to put that. A home, a house, a place to stay is a need. That's a survival need. Never mind the fact that, and this is universally true and proven true many times over. You're welcome, Mr. Ed. is that when you get homeless people back into houses, what almost universally happens is that they get their lives back in check, which is good on a moralistic level, but also an economic one, because now they can actually get on with having a job and spending money and contributing to the economy rather than just being a drain upon it. Whether you care about people or not, it is near universally positive to have people who are not homeless. Yeah, housing should be decommodified. And there are many, many, many things that need to be done to fix that. There need to be price capping. There needs to be on production of certain materials. You remember when wood was like ludicrously expensive a few years ago? To the point where like people couldn't even get like basic chunks of lumber for repairs? Because there was a huge push by a lot of individual companies to try and raise the prices of house construction. You remember that? Yes, I do. Sorry. I tend to get rather angry about this topic for obvious reasons. I apologize. This is one of my hills, for lack of a better way to put that. I lucked into that one. Yeah, speaking from experience here, this is not some kind of vague, casual comment of someone who watched a couple of YouTube videos. Yeah, moving on. I hope that's at least a sufficient answer for you. I begin with the end in mind. Ect asks, do I watch any foreign news? I used to. And then I stopped having time, to be totally honest with you. A lot of British stuff, and a couple of German sites, and a couple of French sites I used to frequent. Let's get you up. Come here. Experiment says, how do you organize your music library? Actually, that's a great question, in my opinion. So, one of the things I love to do with my music library is I like to organize by playlists. And those playlists are very, very... Those playlists are very divvied up based on category, theme. You know, like I've got a grasslands playlist. I've got a volcano playlist. I've got a town playlist, right? But then I've also got like battle playlists and boss playlists. And then just like some playlists based on other things. Like, for example, I have a 16-bit playlist for songs that just have that unique 16-bit flair to them. I've got an 8-bit playlist for the same general concept. You get it. And I have dozens and dozens of playlists, which is why I've been shackled to iTunes for years. It's because this is one of the smoothest eyes I've seen in a while. Because, you know, I have all my playlists organized in iTunes, and even though it's a terrible program I would love to leave behind, I don't feel like rebuilding all those playlists manually, because that's what's going to take if I finally get off of it. I just haven't had time. Anyways, Lunaruth asks, if lab meat were available as easily and cheaply as non-lab meat and as sanitary as healthy, would you make the switch to lab meat? So, there's an asterisk here, because the obvious answer is, yeah, of course I would. The asterisk here, yeah, exactly, Colgram. Winamp used to have that feature. It doesn't work anymore. I need meat medically, like health-wise. I have possibly an iron deficiency. We've never actually figured out what it is because I live in the United States and medical care can go straight to hell. But I have something wrong with me where I actually need specifically meat in order to be able to function. It's not just protein in general. So like some beans and some stuff like that will not actually serve the same function. That's been true my whole life, I should mention. That's something I was born with. Not 100% sure what that is or why it is or how it is, but that is something that I've lived with my entire life. I do not know if lab-grown meat will fulfill that requirement. Obviously, because duh. If it did, thumbs up. Yes, Sabacom. Morale, as the saying goes. Judo Jerker just says, I want to say it's hilarious that I think the big October surprise is that Trump is a terrible racist. Experiment says, have you come across the game Machinarium? I have heard of that game, actually, but I've never played it. Therefore, cannot give any substantial or worthwhile commentary thereupon. Here. Experiment asks many questions. What are some of your favorite books, fiction or nonfiction? The Ed Greenwood Bible. No, I'm joking. Okay. So obviously, my taste in books is terrible. Because, for example, I really like Federation, which is a Star Trek book by the Stevens duo. I can't remember their names. I like Q Squared. I like the Q Continuum trilogy. All this is Star Trek stuff. I like the Thrawn trilogy and the Thrawn duology. That's over in Star Wars. I like the first two Foundation. No, not him, Little Billy. Shoot, I forgot his name. Whatever, doesn't matter. I was making a joke anyways. I apologize for making a joke on Polemic Day. I probably should do that, actually, so I will actually accept that blame there and apologize. No, I have not had a chance to read any of the AU Thrawn stuff yet. I have heard many things, mixed and otherwise. Other than, of course, like Acolyte, which can go directly to hell, but that's unrelated. Hashtag not my Thrawn. But that's kind of it. I'm not much of a reader. I haven't been much of a reader in a while. I used to be a voracious reader, and then I just sort of discovered that video games were better. Anyways, for me, I like interactive media. I like a good story. In fact, I love a good story. But, you know, I like playing a good story. Watching can do in a pit. Oh, sorry. I meant Ahsoka. Sorry, I meant Ahsoka. See, you gotta fact check me. I can't just say something and get away with it. If I was... Okay, so let me actually explain one of the biggest reasons why the noise thing pisses me off personally. Now, regardless of all of the more objective reasons why it's terrible, the personal thing that pisses me off is that I'll double down because I'm a child. One of the things I've been preaching about for literally 20 years now, probably longer than that actually, is that we need to learn how to accept loss. We need to be able to accept that we've said the wrong thing, or we've made a mistake, or that we have said something wrong, or that we're wrong about something, or whatever. We need to be willing and capable of accepting loss. A, it's the only way we can actually grow and move forward. B, it's the only way we can actually be a frickin' adult. Being an adult means being able to take that level of responsibility. And it is difficult to do. I will freely admit, I myself have trouble with it. I still fight with it. But it is still something you have to be able to accept. So if I say something dumb and wrong, and someone's like, hey, it's like, oh, right. So, what pisses me off is when certain politicians, and Trump, I'm going to make that clear because I'm throwing mud in all directions here, will say something, and then someone calls them on it like you just did to me, because I am wrong. It's Ahsoka, not Acolyte. And then I will start doubling down. No, it's Acolyte. Acolyte had Thrawn in it. I almost said Trump. Acolyte had Thrawn in it. Acolyte was the one that was done with Thrawn's thing. He was there the whole time, and I'll just start making up drivel. I'll just start making up nonsense to try and support my extremely provably wrong statement. Moving on. Do I think the prominence of stereotypical races in fantasy and sci-fi contributes to in real-life cruelty? No. Experiment, wait, what am I? I'm group B. Experiment says, how do you organize your computer in general? Oh, Jesus. I have folders upon folders upon folders upon folders. That's the simplest and easiest way to explain that. I have umbrella folders, which have categories of things. Those things have folders in them that are organized by type and size and sorting. Each of my individual hard drives has their own point and purpose. I just got eaten by an Atomos. I guess that's it. I don't know what else to say about that, honestly. Again. Whoop, 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 whoop. I got you, whoever needs this. God dang it. Yeah, try to be shocked. I'm a fairly organized person. Okay, next question. Crazy North says, what's your opinion on Jon Stewart? I actually answered that earlier. So I'm a little bit more fond. Oh no, Qualitas. I got your back. Or I don't got your back. No back's getting. I was asked that earlier, but I'm going to go ahead. Oh, someone killed my stream too. Ah, it's just Twitch. Hi, Twitch. I guess I'll wait. Waiting. Infinite waiting. Let me know when you come back, Twitch. What are we? Group B. Let's see. Group B is going to be for something? God, I forget. B is belly. B is belly. We're going in. We're going in. We're doing it live. More or less literally. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks, Twitch. Okay, so to answer Crazy Norse's question, again, Jon Stewart is someone who I disagree with on several things, and is definitely the kind of person I want to fact check before saying things, because he tends to prioritize humor and takes over reasoned opinions. However, he does occasionally decide to go ahead and actually double down on a specific topic and actually dig into a specific topic. And that tends to be the kind of time when I tend to listen to him a little bit more. No! I missed it. Twitch is just twitching. Everybody, Twitch is twitching. Twitchy twitch. Twitch. Oh, maybe that can be shrunk. Maybe. There we go. Come on. Shrink bear. Shrink bear. Yeah, Twitch is twitching. Sorry. Essentially nothing I can do about that. Just gonna sit here until I'm eaten. He's not a journalist, frankly. Like I said, he may occasionally do his due diligence on something. I'm dead. Whoa! Thread the needle. But yeah, that's not how that works out. I mean, that's just reality, Judo Joker. I don't know what you want from me. Okay, are we back enough? Can I keep talking now? I'm just going to answer the next one. God, what are you doing, Twitch? My connection is terrible right now. Look at that. Look at that. My connection's fine. Twitch is just being like, no, you're talking about Trump. Death to you. I mean, Bezos is actually very pro-Trump and has been very unabashedly. Just like Elon, actually. Another reason to not support him. Yep, I'm on the moon. Sorry, everyone. I'm on the moon. Everyone. Look, there's really nothing I can do about this act. I don't know what you want from me exactly. My connection is fine, as I can prove by the very raid fight I'm doing right now. I'm just going to wait a little bit, though, until the Twitch connection catches up a little bit. Because it'll catch up at some point. It looks like it's actually stabilizing right now. It's still not there yet, though, so we'll give it a minute. More time waiting. Is he not dead yet? Jesus. Okay, it looks like we've smoothed out on my end, because I now have a smooth connection to Twitch. Thanks, Twitch. Screw Hulk Hogan. Hashtag screw Hulk Hogan. Oh, we just lost connection again. Jesus, Twitch, what are you doing? Alright, well, we're just gonna do nothing, I guess. The moon's great, not zero. Oh my god, it's fantastic. Love the moon. That's a weird one. Oh, that's actual lag. Do you see that? Wow. That's the first bit of actual lag I've had. Not that you saw that, of course. You can't see anything. What is going on? Jesus Christ. This is actually getting irritating. I'm just sitting here, like, waiting for Twitch to fix its crap, because, you know, there's not really much I can do on my end. It's just sitting here like, nah. No. Like, I'm at 1.8% right now, which probably doesn't sound bad, but the normal number I should be at is 0. Listen, every single one of those potty breaks they take, Rax, is killing his profits, okay? Okay, so it's coming back down a little bit. Yep, I was always on the moon. Fake moon. I guess I'll heal people. I guess. Actually, oh, whoop, 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 whoop. Hey, Yusha. So yes, Polemic Day, Yusha, if you can hear me right now, is essentially just an extended Q&A, so you're more than welcome to ask questions that are not polemic today. In fact, that's usually what we devolve into talking about anyways. Not as a dig, it's just that's normal with you. Oh, nope, there goes the connection again. Jesus Christ, Twitch, come on. So, looks like we're having a lot of Twitch servers are down right now. Some of them are, like, I'd say about half of them, it looks like right here. Jesus. Is there, like, some event going on? Are they getting DOSed? Should digital crime be treated as real crime? Yes, it should. Are people streaming Dragon Age 4? I don't see anything really big going on right now. I did actually see a Ginger Ninja. If you can hear me at the moment. So, thank you very, very much, Ginger Ninja. If you give me a second, Proteus is what you wanted to add. I think I'm on another server, Spartan, maybe? I don't know. Proteus. It's an FPS. It came out 2 years ago, and I don't know anything about it. Although it's published by Humble, so I need to buy it before it goes away. Ah! But sure, I'll go ahead and add that. Let me look something up here real quick. No, it has been like this. There's just been periods, even during the FF16 run, there's been periods of just... Let's write down Ninja. That's going towards Proteus. No, I'm good, Act. Thank you, though. How many classes do I have left to level? Many. I try to remember what button pulls that up. Here we go. 2 classes all the way from 90 to 100, and 1 class from about 99 to 100. In answer to that question. I'm on Gaza. Why can't you friend me? Do I have a friend request? No, I don't appear to. I don't know why you can't friend me. Is there a friendship cap? I know there's a... What's your fake cap? I don't think I have it bound to anything. Friend list. Yeah, I don't have it bound to anything. I never use my friend list, so. Unable to retrieve. I got a couple of unable to be retrieved here. Oh, I got several. Oh, wow. That's quite a few. Server malfunction. But yeah, I only have 44 people. There is actually a friendship gap, by the way. That is her. Let me rest my throat for just a second. Friendship has no cap. Anyways, I have no idea why you can't friend me, Spartan. Experiment asks, how would I reorganize the Zelda timeline if I could briefly? That is, if I dislike it, which I totally do. The irony is, I have absolutely... I've got tons of reasons why I dislike it and how I would restructure it. It's actually very, very easy to explain. There shouldn't be one Zelda timeline. There should be several individual groups of games that are connected to each other. That's how this works, Elizar. You can type !polemic to get the full list of rules. So, for example... Oh, wow, I haven't seen this one in a while. What is it? It's like LTTP, and then Link Between Worlds, and then one... Or no, hang on. Link to the Past, the Oracle's games, Link's Awakening, Link Between Worlds 1 and 2 are all part of one timeline, and they work for that purposes. So that's cool. Oh, no, okay. No, okay. In other words, if at the end, right? Like I don't know what's down to that. That's fine. That's how you fix the Zelda timeline. You connect individual games in ways that make sense, rather than just smashing every single game together all really. That's the simple and easy answer. And the games that already connect to each other should just be connected to each other. That's it. That's the answer. Pretty simple. Let's do this. Opinion on Tim Waltz. I do not have enough information to give a valid opinion on Tim Waltz. Is my opinion on Tim Waltz. He knows how to handle himself in front of a camera, and that's about all I've done on that front. And as I've already pointed out, that's not really a good indicator of your viability of being someone who is an elected official. He's a good counterpoint to Kamala and the approach her campaign has been using, but otherwise it's just a big shrug for me. Experiment says, how can I be professional and elegant like you? Does it come with age? So, he just... he's a Vikings fan, uh-oh. I actually know people who have voted based on sports preferences. That's not a joke. Now, what's actually doubly funny is I know someone who I used to work with who voted for... I don't actually remember who it was, but they voted for someone because they supported insert sports team A. Or rather, they said they did. And I bothered to look this up because I was curious. And it turns out they also supported insert sports team B, which the person in question was a big hater of. I don't know what else to add to that. I just thought that was funny. Anyways, let's see. So next question. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, people. Whoa there, whoa there, whoa there, whoa there. I don't have that many oh crap buttons. If a question hasn't been gotten to, it's because I haven't gotten to it yet. Don't worry too much about that. So, let's see, next question. Oh, sorry, I was actually in the middle of answering. How do I become professional? I don't consider myself particularly professional, and I am absolutely not elegant. So I don't really have a good answer for that. Do I think AOC is a viable national candidate, or is she too far left? I think I would support her over Kamala. Whatever that's worth. Let's see. Malakor asks, Okay, that actually is a question. Monobrent says, will we be reviewing the DLC? No. All right. Ooh, there, Mr. Red. I'll tab for 1 second to delete some questions so I can look at more question queues. Come on. I didn't get it off in time. Nah, whatever. I suck. Alright, Lord Harromont says, I don't know how much you know about her, but you know that AOC, which is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for those of you not aware, is the successor to Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I'd say she's pretty solidly and probably deliberately sliding into that particular slot. It makes a degree of sense. Bernie has been pulling on that particular horn for literal decades. He's getting old. Just, like I mentioned earlier, he is definitely smarter. Smart is the wrong word. Sorry, sharper and more in control of his faculties than several other people of his age. He should probably be removed from office because he is too old. Yeah, I actually don't remember how old he is off the top of my head, but he is certainly old. Experiment asks, what's your favorite programming language and why? I'm gonna go CSS, because it's pretty much the only programming language I actually know. Bernie's 83. That's actually younger than I thought. He does look like he's 90. His health has not been treating him well. Like, you know that meme, I am once again asking you for support? Yeah, look at him from the videos and interviews he put, like, last week. He has aged so much since then. So much. Yeah, physically, like I said, he needs to be pulled out of office. Poor guy. Also, he's too old. So, Kenix Cow says, any thoughts on the World Series? I'm assuming that's baseball. I've never really followed baseball. No particular reason why, I just never have. I guess nobody ever dragged me into it. So, I suppose the answer is no. Juno Junker says, if I had to guess, in my completely non-expert opinion, on who to give it to, I was going to give it to her, but she's wearing a bikini, so I'm going to be... Oh no! Okay, to you instead. There we go. Jimmy Carter is technically a lich. 100 plus, by the way. Bill Carter. Okay, so... Who do I think will win the election? I think Kamala Harris will actually win the election, and then we'll be in for several months of additional noise. And I don't want to go too far down this particular rabbit hole, but in the state I used to live in, there are people and lawyers who have, for the last month, as in a month ago, have already been going very far out of their way to begin filing against the election to contest the election results. And if that doesn't sound as insane as it does, then I'm saying it wrong. Okay, so player search. Give me a second. Oh, no, last name. Send friend request. Oh, you're on a different world. Or something, because you're on Curl. No wonder. No wonder! No, they will, Ross. That's just... I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole again, because I just talked about this, but this goes back to being willing to accept that you lost. One of the most common tactics, this is not exclusive to Trump, it's not exclusive to the States, this is a worldwide tactic, is to never accept defeat when it comes to politics. To never admit that you lost, to never admit that you were wrong, to never back down. It's part of the strongman approach, which I'm sure some of you are very familiar with. And it's really, really, really frustrating. So, yeah, no, I absolutely do not think they're going to back down, and I think they're just going to push it and fight it and blah, 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 blah. Well, okay, so I sent you the friend request. Okay, you got my friend request. Cool. Did you get yes? Who is this, by the way? Identify yourself. Experiment says, what's your favorite Keyblade in the Kingdom Hearts series? The ultimate Keyblade that Terra gets in Birth by Sleep. It's Wenlock. Hi, Wenlock. Let's get Wenlock in here. Yes, it was, Little Billy. I'm happy that someone noticed it. Zara says, if I had the time, funds, and enough energy, would I make a video game? Yes! Yes! God, I have literally dozens of video game ideas I want to make. It really frustrates me that I can't. I've actually been thinking about, like, doing one of those, well, I guess since I can't make what I want, I'll make something that's crap instead, and thinking about making a choose-your-own-adventure, which is what we were talking about this a few weeks ago. God damn it! But yes, I would love to make games. So what kind of games? I'd love to make strategy games of the management, 4X, and RTS style. I would love to make grid-based tactical games. I would love to make an actual proper choose-your-own adventure game. I would love to make RPGs. I would love to make 2D platformers. I'd love to make Metroidvanias. There's several FPS ideas I have. Yeah, the answer to that question is yes. Why do you think you've pissed me off, Sar? No. I'm sorry. Look. There's no pissing off here. That's just, I'm so frustrated at the fact that that will never happen. That is such a huge thing for me, and it's never going to happen. So let's see. Spartan asks, would you be willing to add me as a friend on FF14? Never! Even though I just did. Ect asks, is there a good kebab place near here? Yes. Do I like kebab? Yes. Blade Taval says, a bit unimportant these days, but do you have any strong opinions of Ron Paul back in his heyday? Actually, no. I didn't. It's so bad that I barely remember. Like, I know you're talking about in vagueness, but not in specificness. Experiment asks, how to get over fear of driving cars? So fear can be healthy under the right circumstances. I know that's a really weird way to take that comment, but I mean that. There's nothing necessarily wrong with being afraid of driving, because driving is a very, very dangerous thing that you should take very, very seriously. Now, the word fear is doing some legwork here, because obviously there's a difference between being cautious and being like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, while you're behind the wheel. Happy Polemic Day, Shadow Machine. So, if you're going to be in a situation where you're going to be driving multiple times, yeah, just experiment and practice. Don't be ashamed or afraid to go drive in a safe space. Nice big open parking lot kind of a thing. Or if you're in a more rural area, just find a dirt road or a big empty lot somewhere to just drive around in and just kind of be like, yeah, we're good. And just get used to driving in and of itself. Get used to the mechanics of it. Get used to the functionality of it before you start thinking about the other cars on the road. Then you start escalating into driving in slightly more and more traffic-heavy, intensive areas. And again, when you get further up to, you go through the highway, right? So there's a whole wean into it. Take your time. Driving is very serious. Driving is very dangerous. Treat it as such. Malachor says, any overwhelmingly beloved Star Wars things that I genuinely hate? No. But the only reason why is because you qualified with the word hate. There's very little things I actively hate in Star Wars, and most of the things I do are the really obvious duh things, right? Like, I didn't like the Force gods, and I didn't like the Mother in general, or Twitface as she was known back in the day. I don't like, I don't like Jar Jar, right? There's plenty of characters and individual things that I'm not a big fan of in Star Wars, but most people tend to be with me on that, you know? So, I don't think, I don't, you know what, the Vong. is probably the closest thing, because I know not everyone really dislikes the Vong, and I hate the Vong. So that's probably the closest thing we've got, is just everything about the Yuzu and Vong. Roman Cure says, do you think DC would have been better putting their money behind the DCAU instead of trying to rush their live action? Yes. No more answers. Judo Joker says, do you think there's something to the idea that mainstream media is downplaying stories about Trump because they have a financial incentive to cover a second Trump term? Yes. However, that's also not the only thing they're doing because, and we already talked about this, news media is kind of terrible. News media needs help. Holy crap. So can I queue for this? Hang on, let's clear. I guess we'll just do this first. I'll figure out the rest in a minute. Boop. Evo asks, can I hit commence? Yes. Evo asks, this may be a strange question. What would you do when someone is bullied in front of you, especially when it comes to bigotry or sexism or racism? How would you defend the victim? So that's actually a really good question. I haven't seen that kind of thing since I was in school. When I was in school, what I would do is I would immediately and physically get in between the person being bullied and the person doing the bullying. But I'm a big guy who can punch really well. Nowadays, that's a little bit different question. I can't punch a kid, right? Or can I? But no, it's not quite as cutthroat anymore. Nevertheless, I would probably have the same overall general approach to that, which is to try and physically interpose there. A lot of people underestimate the value of physicality when it comes to verbal interactions. What are you? Flex magic. Okay, so I'm on him. Oh, did we lose the connection again? No! Also, the superior Leviathan fight. I'm joking. I actually, other than that one big hiccup, I am a large guy. That is true, Ross. I am very broad and very tall, and I have a nice big barrel chest, which makes me feel fat, and I hate. But it does mean I am a big person. I have intimidated my bosses before by just standing there and not letting them walk over me, literally. Fun story. Anyways, Zalok asks, are you for universal health care? Yeah. Like 100%. I do think that there's some more nuance to that than just a yes or no kind of a thing. But I absolutely think that the fact that there are so many people who will resist getting basic medical needs taken care of because they can't afford it is nonsense. I'm sorry. We deserve better. As people, we deserve better, in my opinion. Oh, okay. Sometimes not. Damn it, Anakin! Stop punching people. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Alright. Try to guess the lyrics of this song. Oh, sorry. I thought he was about to start singing. My bad. How is your Leviathan? Makes me wonder what the hell. Anyways, Experiment says, did you ever vibe with Tetsuya Nomura's original FF13, original Versus 13 concept? Yes. What are your thoughts on it, and do you think you could work with Kingdom Hearts going forward? So I was actually pretty excited for the ideas that, wow, we just crushed that were being posited for Versus 13. I know I'm not the only person there. And I absolutely think they should recycle some of those ideas and concepts and just whatever actual tangible work they did into Kingdom Hearts 4 and or going forwards. I already did that. Already did that. Okay, can we queue for the thing I want to queue for? No? That's all right. This one. This one. Right? It's the first one, I think. Yeah, we'll go and do this. You know, I just realized I'm just hanging out in Dominger. I apologize. Let me go to someplace where Spartan can actually find me. Just switch continents over here. Because I know y'all love this place. Wait, we need to see if everything's okay today. We need to verify the day. We need to make sure that the world is going to live on. Are they there? Where are we at? Where are we at? Okay, this one, this one. Very important. Oh god, they're not here! No! Well, world's over. They're not here. Points if you know what I'm talking about. They're not here! They're not here. I don't know what else to add to this. Okay, so let me go ahead. Q. Alright, next question. Chilpangolin says, what's most sexually explicit content is not great for unsupervised minors. Yet seemingly everyone agrees... Hang on. Yet seemingly everyone needs to explore what their thoughts are and their feelings are on sex, and will seek a means to do so whether it's safe or not. What do we do to balance these concerns? So here's the reality of that. Let's assume for a moment that Mr. Red is now a wonderful, booming mother and has a child. And Mr. Red has decided to not do her job of caring for that child and informing them of all that stuff. Like it or not, it is not really my job to then intervene there unless it gets to a point of severity. I know that's doing that child a disservice, but the harsh reality is that it is not really my point or purpose to be like, hey, you should teach your child sex education. Having said that, I do actually think there's something the government can and should do in order to try and help with that, and that is... wait, did they, Spartan? And that is to provide resources, to provide... tools and access and information of things to help parents who aren't sure how to have the talk with their kids, right? Now, that has its own share of issues. Of course it freaking does. But it is, once again, one of those better than nothing kind of situations, which a lot of this stuff boils down to. Oh, hi, Spartan. What's up? Let's see, can I invite you? Let's find out. Wait, hang on, what level are you? You're 90, but do you have this... unlocked? You do not. Alright, get out of my party. Get out of here, Spartan. Sorry. I do like you're off here. Let's show it off to the stream here. There we go. Trying to get a full body shot here. Ah! That's not a full body shot. That's not a full body shot at all. There we go. A little bit better. Oh god. And I was... Well, there's Spartan's back. Experiment says, do you think for new aspiring game developers, the best path would be to be indie instead of AAA, especially if they want 100% control? Yes. There's nothing wrong with having a team. In fact, you probably actually want a team to make your game. But you probably want a team, not 200 people, right? I also, ignoring the obvious fact that the AAA studio market has collapsed past tense and is still self-destructing around us as we speak, ignoring that obvious fact, the other reality there is that you don't really need to do that to make a game at this point. You know, the bar to entry has never been lower than it is right now for making a game of whatever type you want to, and getting it out there and getting people aware of it and playing it. Yeah, my sex education was terrible. Then again, I lost my virginity at 11, so... let's see here. Evo says, in a fictional scenario, how would you go about replacing a medieval-style monarchy with an electoral system? Well, I'd look at FF14. And done! Alright, I'm kind of kidding, but I'm also not. Honestly, the plans I actually do have for RFF4 are a good blueprint for how exactly I would go about exactly what you're saying, because, for those of you not aware, in RFF4, part of the background plot, the political plot, is that several of the kingdoms in the area are actively restructuring themselves into more of a republic. And it's going to be turned into the, I forget the name of it, republic, in order to try and as kind of like a sign of the progress and things going forwards, which is then going to be in contrast to some of the games that happen after it. RJDIM says, do the Republicans radicalize or moderate if Trump loses in the long term? Well, there's only two choices, and you just listed both of them. But radicalize or moderate, what it really boils down to is, do they accept that they have lost and double and try to adjust their strategy going forward, or do they double down? So far, the strategy has been almost universally doubling down. However, there are quite a few people on the right here in this country who have been already backing away from Trump on the off chance that he will not win, in order to try and be positioned to be, the we're not him Republicans. I've actually already seen people use exactly that tactic when it comes to political campaigning here in the state that I live in. Is we're right, we're Republicans, but we're not Trump Republicans, is literally their words, not mine. So who knows? It's probably going to be a little bit of both. I begin with the end in mind, says, how do we give antitrust laws teeth again? So what we're going to need is a Congress that is willing to actually pass laws to do that. That's its own issues. And then we're going to need a administrative body in the executive branch, which is actually willing to then implement those and actually establish and appoint and give resources necessary to the various governmental agencies that will actually be willing to do that. Aglaya. Oh, Rax got there first. So, that. Oh yeah, we also need several people in the Supreme Court. You know who need to go away, I think is the nicest possible way I could put that. Let's see. Sean says, what do you think of Sweet Baby Ink? Let's Google that. Sweet Baby Ink. Here we go. Okay, I know who this is. So Sweet Baby Inc. is a perfect example of a group that I hate. And I want to explain why. Because anybody who knows me whatsoever knows that I'm pretty inclusive, right? Like, you cool, we cool. That's I care about people, right? The problem is organizations like Sweet Baby Inc. make the whole thing worse. They're the allies you don't want, right? Because their tactics and their approach has been awful. They've resorted to bullying. They've resorted to trying intimidation tactics. They have tried to force inclusion where it otherwise shouldn't be, or isn't already is already, or was just being something that's become a mandate. And the bottom line here is that in addition to making our side, for lack of a better way to put that, look worse, what they're also doing is they're forcing the people who actually care about this sort of thing to just kind of fill out a checklist rather than just make the stories that they want to and make the games that they want to. So screw them and the horse they rode in on. Pitta says, why do a lot of Americans love blaming Marxism for all their problems? I can only imagine that at least part of that boils down to, what is that, a good 40 or so years of constant propaganda. If you ever want to go down the rabbit hole, study how much and in what ways propaganda was just spread everywhere across the United States to be anti-red and anti-cold War. Yeah, the Red Scare, it's actually fascinating to really look into it, because there has been a lot of that over many, 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 many years. And like I said, it's a hell of a rabbit hole to go down. I'm not going to go into it right now. But I think we're absolutely still feeling echoes of that today. I know that my own mother, for example, my biological mother, excuse me, is still to this very day very, 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 very anti-left and anti-communist because of propaganda and for no tangible reason. Let's see. So, Experiment says, why do you dislike anime and manga? That's a good question. It's because I have no taste. I have just garbage taste, really, is what that boils down to. Some people like good things. I like terrible things. Okay, real answer, though. Manga doesn't interest me for the exact same reason that that anime doesn't interest me. And anime doesn't interest me because there's not really a lot there for me. I know that sounds strange, but that is the simplest way I can possibly explain that. I tend to not like the art style. I tend to not like the topics. I tend to not like the tropes. I tend to not like the actual specific things. It tends to be a little bit too weird. There are obviously exceptions, because anime is like saying television. It is a gargantuan category with tons and tons and tons of things. But I've also been exposed to dozens upon dozens of animes and mangas over the years, thanks to the fact that everyone in the universe loves those. But the harsh reality is that the overwhelming majority of them are just not my thing. I don't actually hate anime or manga, but I do generally dislike it, and it's just not my thing. Savacom says, do you like Tulsi Gabbard? Hang on, let's pull up the yay old a Google again here. Tulsi Gabbard. Is this who I think it is? This is who I think it is. No, I do not like Tulsi Gabbard. I am not a big fan of Tulsi Gabbard. This is someone... Yeah, no, exactly. So we were talking earlier. We were talking earlier about politicians in a negative sense. Look, Azumanga Daioh is legit. I don't know what you want from me. I do recommend it, by the way, legitimately. It's a great slice of life anime. It's really good. This is what I was talking about. This is why I try very hard not to just focus on Trump and point out that there are other politicians who do the same damn crap. And she's a good example of that. This is someone who says a lot of things that she almost assuredly does not mean, because the tangible actions of what she has done shows that she just says whatever and then does whatever, and these two things are completely divest from each other. The fact that she started off Democratic and then switching to Bernie and then switching over to Republican is one of the most minor things that she's done, and has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that she's just willing to back whichever party will give her the seat that she wants. How can I tell that she doesn't mean it? Okay, that's a valid statement. If you were to come to me, Savacom, that's an interesting question. I suppose you're right. In the interest of total honesty, I cannot tell that she doesn't mean it. J.D. Vance is a much better example of someone who I could point to and say, that's a grifter. That's someone who doesn't mean it. Because he has said on camera, we have tangible evidence that he has said things, and then he will later say the exact opposite of things, and then when questioned of that, he will reiterate the one thing and dismiss the other as if it doesn't exist. That's closer to proof, I think. But it's worth noting that even that isn't necessarily 100% true. As far as Tulsi, I'm going to admit that I didn't actually... This is why I almost didn't want to do... no offense, Subcom. This is why I almost didn't want to do Polemic Year this year. Because I knew I'd be asked to provide receipts, and I came up with several, but it takes so long to provide receipts, and I didn't come up with any for this random woman that was barely in my mind. So, I'll just say that I don't like a politician who says, I'm totally over here. Wait, no, I'm totally over here. And also, I happen to disagree with her on several things. But that's like two separate things of why I don't like her, and I'll just leave it at that. Evo says, am I super evil for still not liking FF14 and worse thinking WoW is better than FF14? Why would that make you evil? Like, I know this sounds strange, but I've said this before. I've said this so many times. I've said this thousands upon thousands of times. FF14 and WoW should not really be compared literally next to each other. I'm going to do it. For several things. And I honestly really do not think that the two are directly comparable because they're such different animals on so many different levels. This is a long queue time. What the hell? We have a decent number of people. What is taking so long? Experiment says, what are your thoughts on the Mario timeline? So the Mario we actually talked about this semi-recently because we were covering some of the RPG stuff. There are functionally two Mario timelines. That actually exist. One is the Mario and Luigi timeline, which is Mario and Luigi 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I think 6. And then there's the original Mario timeline, which was Mario Brothers 3. Well, it's more like 3, 2... No, I'm doing that wrong. Yoshi's Island, 3, 2, and then World. Or maybe it's 2 before 3. I forget the exact order, but you get the point. A lot of the original Mario games actually did have connections to each other, and then they dropped all that with 64, and then they said death to continuity, and that's where we've been ever since. Having said all that, I would like actual Mario timelines, plural, just like I posited with regards to Zelda. I do actually think that having continuity can be a good thing and can enhance a work. I know this because Yoshi's Island is a really freaking good game, and so is Mario World, and so is Mario 3. Anyways... do me a favor, Magitech Electrician, put an exclamation mark and then a Q in front of it. So it'll actually get in the queue, because I'm going down the list. I got a whole list of questions to go through. Yes, I'm here. Okay, next question. Evo asks, best way to cook eggs? Scrambled, 100%. I love scrambled eggs. Maybe turn them into an omelet. Judo Joker asks, what's a polemic topic you'd like to discuss that hasn't been asked yet? I did want to talk about the speech that I gave earlier. You could even call it that. The noise problem is something I've talked about a lot, but that's not even polemic. Is there something polemic that I want to talk about? The Last Jedi sucks! Alright, next question. Blade Taval says, do you feel like there's been an increase in troll voting, as in people simply voting to piss people off they consider to be the other side? So, just... Star Trek Picard sucks! The difficulty should be in Dark Souls. There you go. Let's just get all that trolls out there. This is another one of those things where we don't know with absolute certainty that things are true. However, there is a decent amount of evidence that troll voting has always been a thing, especially in the specific way you mentioned. How many of you know someone, either 1 or 2 or even 3 generations up from you, who voted against someone rather than for someone? It is not particularly hard to think about a situation where people will actually specifically vote against someone rather than for someone. I actually know with total certainty that in the election we have right now, quite a few people are voting against someone rather than for someone. I know that because I am one of them. All right. Let's go ahead and put this on Mr. Red to make sure that Mr. Red stays alive. He's got to take care of his baby. Next question. Experiment says, do you get the feeling of getting life figured out ever resolved bit by bit as you get older? Or is it always the same with different problems? I am the wrong person to ask that. I have been the responsible one whose job it was to take care of the household since I was a teenager. So I am not a standard case on that. That's not bragging, that's just a statement of fact. Good rest, Evo. Let's see. Evo asks, would you go to conventions and red fairs if you had a chance? Yeah! If I didn't have a terrible, disgusting body that makes it so that I have difficulty even going outside. Yes, I would love to do something like that. Where's the angles? Oh, we're fine. Bonus question. Would you wear the awesome outfit your FF14? Dude, if I could get this outfit in real life, I would wear the crap out of that. I would wear that to go to the grocery store. Are you kidding me? Ooh, let me help you out there. There we go. Experiment asks, where would you be without Archengeia Lore Runner and your legacy and if it never happened? Okay, so I don't like to be exaggerative, so I want to be very clear. Oh, I aimed that wrong. I want to be very clear that I am speaking without hyperbole when I say that I would be dead. I would not have been able to make a living wage, and I would have faced the choice of either homelessness, in which case I would have died slowly, or killing myself, both of which lead to death. Okay, good point. Remove the face. Remove the face, or the helmet. Remove the helmet, but the rest of it. Let's see here. Savacom asks, if you're a kind of a geek related to exercise and body issues, probably the specifics aren't going to interest anyone, but could you ping you later to take advantage of your expertise? Yeah, sure. I'm going to give you the immediate and automatic proviso that that it kind of varies. Individual biology and individual chemistry and all that fun stuff is a thing. And so something that absolutely works for me, provably non-griftingly, non-cheatingly, non-lyingly, might not work for you. Where are we at? Yep, nope, I'm right. Evo says, do you think Bioware's going to die now? Yes. The question actually specifically stipulated, do I think it's going to die regardless of the quality? And I still absolutely think that the answer to that is yes. There is a... yeah, okay. Yep, I'm just going to get hit by that. Whatever. There's a trend right now of trying to tighten the belt on a lot of companies, regardless of industry, actually. It's not just a thing that's exclusive to video game developers. And a lot of that boils down to, if you do not have something that is going to provide an immediate return on investment immediately, then it's something that cannot justify its continued budget and existence. That is a escalating problem that has been around for a bit now, and is getting worse. It's one of the reasons why you see so many layoffs that have this entire year. There are companies that have put out very good, well-selling games that have been axed, not because they did anything wrong, not because anything else. It's just they didn't have any projects that were immediately in the queue. Because they couldn't actually prove that they were worth the budget of keeping them around, they were chopped. I think it's not lightning first. I think. Oh god, I don't remember. It is, okay. See that mechanic raffle. We're going slow. Where's our deeps? Come on, guys. I'm getting hit, Mr. Red. No, I said stop getting hit. Why is everyone dead? What are our healers doing? Other than me, of course. I'm perfect in every way. Slow Q, slow DPS. Ugh. Anyways, but yeah, sorry, to finish my thoughts, I think that one way or the other, BioWare is going to get axed because of the same reason that most companies get axed as soon as their product goes out. Yeah, exactly, Pelosius. No, that's exactly the mentality that's going on right there. It's you, Cordoon! You are dragging us down! Alright, so, Warp Core says, following up on X question, what are the parts of my current computer? Oh, geez. I've got a 5950X CPU. I've got a 3080 GPU. I just looked this both up recently. I've got 32 gigs of really good RAM. I've got a lot of SSDs, a lot of hard drives. One of the SSDs is for the OS. One of the SSDs is for gaming. That's actually my NVMe. One of the SSDs is for rendering to. One of the SSDs is for rendering from. And one of the SSDs is just the backup in case I need an extra one. I also have many bigger hard drives because, of course, I do. Where's the... Let's see. Ah! I apparently didn't even remember that attack. What the hell is that nonsense? Sleep, Lunaria, sleep. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where's the thing? Nice blind? Nope, there they are. Okay. No, I'm right. No, I've got Buko storage, and I'm ignoring the giganto 30 terabyte drives I have to just be deep storage. I got a bunch of old archive Seagates, which I use for keeping all that crap. Let's go through this and this. So let's see. What are my thoughts on the modder situation with Space Marines 2? What is the modder situation with Space Marine 2? Would be my immediate question. Oh, over here. According to the leak, one gym leader from Unova is based on Obi-Wan Kenobi. From Unova? When's Unova? Oh, God. I never remember the region names. I do not know. I'm ignorant. I cannot guess. 6. Okay. I don't remember any... Oh, 5. Excuse me. 5. What better not be what's-his-face? The guy who's actually the super optional in 2. I don't know. Quick answer. I barely remember them. It is Alder! Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Anyways. Billy Travel says, on the balance, has social media been a net positive or net negative on society? I don't know. It is easy to see all of the bad that social media does because it's so self-apparent. It is much more difficult to see the good that social media has done because that's the kind of stuff nobody ever really talks about. Yeah, I think, honestly, we can't even really fairly tell yet. Social media hasn't been around super long, relatively speaking. Give it a few more decades. Like, if you put a gun to my head, I would probably say I'll take the benefits at the cost of the detriments. He's punching red, I think? No, he's punching blue. I'm stupid. But it is definitely a net positive or net negative situation, depending on whatever it is. Yeah, live reporting is legitimately helpful in many cases and for many reasons. X says, given the state of the current job market and the future market, it's better to have a bad job than no job. That's kind of a call. Like, that's your call, you know? Here, I think. Nope, I'm wrong. Here. Whee! I mean, there's definitely the attitude, which I myself have been in multiple times in my life. Several of you probably know what that attitude is. Any job in a storm, right? Is that red? That's red. And I understand that attitude, and it's not an attitude that should exist, but it's not really our fault, if that makes any sense. Like, it's the situation, it's the circumstances of the world that exists. So I think that's the only answer I could give there. That's basically a non-answer, as I am so fond of. Also, starvation wages need to go away. I'm just saying. That's regardless of country. That's regardless of anything, actually. Experiment asks, who do you think the Master of Masters is? Well, I haven't thought about that in a while. That's a good question. I think he's someone new who we will learn more about, hopefully, in the future. And yeah, exactly. That's why I'm going with Limit. I hope that he is a completely new individual and not someone we actually already know. I think that's the easiest way to put that. Let's see. Kenix Cow says, were you disappointed when they announced a new Hitman game and it was VR game? Yeah. Crazy. I mean, I'm never going to play it. It's VR. Crazy Norse asked, what do actual Americans feel about placing age limits of 14 on trick-or-treating? Where's that coming from, Crazy Norse? Where is there an age limit of 14? Because I've never heard of that before. And I mean, Pinkie Pie would disagree with that, at least on the base of it. I guess, is this a hypothetical? Is this a thing in other countries? You gotta help me out here. Where's this coming from? I suppose we'll get back to that in a minute. Evo says, I've heard it been observed for decades that laying off huge amounts of employees and hiring a bunch of people only to lay them off again does not improve anything, not even the bottom line. It only hurts people. Why does it keep happening? So there's two answers to that. The first is most people don't understand economics. And that's the simplest and easiest way to answer that. Most people do not understand how economics work, even people who actually work in the economics field. The second answer is the individuals who happen to be in certain positions when those mass layoffs and or mass hirings happen profit from that because they get to get nice big bonuses for having their stock prices go up. It's one of the reasons why so many executives have their compensation packages include stock. They actually literally get stock, and so they are directly financially invested or incentivized in order to raise that stock price regardless of all of the considerations. Ow. Shouldn't be a thing, by the way. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. What? Yeah, no, it's this guy. Why is that guy labeled 1? that threw me there. Thoughts on... Whoop. Hang on. thoughts on... Hang on. I'm going to get hit by that. Oh, I didn't. Holy crap. I actually go out of my way. So, I went through something pretty horrible a few years ago. Several of you are probably aware of that. And as a result of some real-life experiences and that actual experience, I've made it a point to memorize certain phone numbers so that I always have them, even if I have to go to, like, for example, a payphone. I'm not trying to, like, brag. Actually, what I'm trying to do is give some life advice. You should probably memorize really important numbers. Just in case you're out in the middle of nowhere, don't have your wallet, don't have your phone book, don't have anything, and you have a quarter, or you have walking into the gas station and saying, "May I please use the phone?" Check it, right? Like check that, check those in your brain. How do you dial 911? I don't know. I don't have the number memorized, but there's several numbers that I do have memorized. I'm not going to tell you, of course, because it's extremely useful to have that in the back pocket. Life experience more than once. Moving on. So Judah Darker says, thoughts on polling agitators who make a percentage of what? Polling aggregators who make a percentage of who they think is going to win. I think what you're saying is, what do I think about false polling? Which I feel like I've already given my opinion on, but to reiterate, not cool. As we've already said earlier, polls are hilariously inaccurate in general. End statement. I don't actually have much else to add to that. Experiment says, what type of foods do I consume generally? What is your diet like? So I have a terrible diet because I don't have a lot of time to cook and I don't have a lot of money to be able to afford good food. It's not a begging for money. That's just a statement of fact. So I tend to eat meat fairly regularly, which takes up a huge amount of my budget. And everything else is just kind of kosher if I have access to it. Like, for example, I have the luxury of having some apples right now. Literally right here on my desk. I love apples. Fruit and vegetables, especially greens, are a huge deal to me. And if I had availability to it, I would eat those on a literal daily basis. I don't know what else to add to that, so moving on. DZ Maven asks, would ranked choice poll... that hurt me. That sucks. Would ranked choice... voting help or hurt the political situation in U.S., or is it a false hope? So, what I mentioned earlier still applies to that. Ranked choice is a better voting system. It is objectively a better voting system. But it's not an easy fix, right? It doesn't magically fix everything. That's not how that works. God damn it, Jay Palmer. I'm not even going to look at that. I'm going to refuse to look at that. Come on. Because I'm evil, Jay Palmer. No, I cannot get food. It's not possible. I'm just going to hit that in the face. I have apples. I'm fine. What is ranked choice? That's actually a good question. So ranked choice is a category of voting, not a specific method of voting, as weird as that probably sounds. In other words, there are multiple different individual ways in which you can do a ranked choice voting. But what it boils down to is, let's say that you want to vote for someone, and you're worried about the fact that they're like a second-party candidate or third-party candidate or whatever, and they're not going to get a lot of votes. So if you do actually vote for them under the current system, you have effectively wasted your vote. Congratulations. You have made things worse for you. Yay. In a ranked choice... start to the judo block. In a ranked choice situation, what you can do is vote for who you actually want to with a degree of comfort, knowing that you can then pick your second choice, and your vote will not actually literally be wasted. So, for example, let's say that I could vote between Mr. Red, working girls, obviously, and or Savacom, or I don't know, Rax. And so, of those three, I obviously don't want Rax in charge. That's just terrible. So I want absolutely to not vote for Rax. So he's like my least biggest choice right there. But Mr. Red's my first choice. So I obviously go for her first. And then I pick... but Mr. Red doesn't have a lot of backing, so I end up also picking... Whatever I picked. I'm losing my words. But you get the idea. That's what ranked choice means, is you don't pick one person to vote for. I'm going to die. You don't pick one person. You pick multiple people in order of where you want those votes to go. And yeah, it also, that's absolutely true, Monobrent. Ranked choice system means that, so one of the most common things about all political systems ever is that politicians tend to want safe elections. They don't, yeah, that's actually how we do the Lore Walker Awards. I myself use ranked choice polling. I use it every year. The politicians want safe elections. They want elections where they barely have to work for it in order to keep their jobs. But under ranked choice system, that diminishes that kind of thing. And it forces politicians to actually be able to, at least a little bit, try and work for the votes that they're going to get. So that's a good thing, too. But I realize I'm not quite answering your question, Dizman. What you said is it a falsehood? I do absolutely 100% think that moving towards a ranked choice system would help. I do think it would be a beneficial thing. It's not going to fix everything magically. It doesn't work that way. But I do think it's the kind of thing that will be a net positive on the overall system. I am honestly gobsmacked that we have first past the poll, because first past the post is like the objectively worst voting system that exists. They're singing now. Experiment says, do I like using command line or do I like using GUI programs more? I tend to prefer GUI, but then again, I like mice. Also, see around Spartan. We're probably going to be more F14 later. It's the easiest voting method. That's an interesting statement, because it's not even 100% true. It is definitely easiest for the people who are keeping track of the voting. And it does also involve the least work on the people who are managing the polls. However, for the people actually voting, are we in or out? I'm going to go in. I don't know. I don't actually know. I don't remember this fight at all. It was in. Yay. Yes, exactly, Blade. That is 100% true, which is why it needs to go directly away. Civil servants, do your jobs. I don't think that's asking too much. All right. Experiment says, what are your thoughts on people who do not vote and do not care for politics? I don't blame them. I say that, I've actually talked about this recently. I myself feel incredibly de-invested from voting because I don't matter, and my vote doesn't matter, and I know that. I need you guys to not... What are you doing? What are you doing? God damn it. Because it's so easy to be completely de-invested from voting. Because the system is so awful, right? In so many directions and so many levels. And, in some cases, it doesn't even matter, right? Like, why even bother voting in certain states? Why even bother voting if you're not a battleground state, or if you're not, in a place? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Ah, why are you moving? Why are you moving? Jesus Christ. And, of course, there's also the other reason why, it's easy to get de-invested from voting. After all, are you voting for someone who you think actually represents you and your interests and concerns when it comes to politics? This doesn't feel right. Well, whatever, I'm just gonna go here. Where is this person and why are you dying? Stop dying. Quit it, you coward. I think it's like next week, so something like that. Someone else could check that out. I'm a little bit distracted right now. Anyways, the point here being, Experiment, is I don't really... I don't cast shade at people who don't vote, because I more or less can't. It would honestly be unethical, as weird as that sounds, of me to be like, you should... Yeah, you're terrible for voting. Whether I agree with that or not isn't really the relevant point. I disagree with people about a lot of things. Doesn't mean I can suddenly start treating you as a less of a person, you know? Okay, I think I just died. Oh, wow, I lived through that. Holy crap. Bubbles for the win. Is it right? It is right. Yep, I'm correct. There. Yep, it's November 3rd. I was right. Yay. So that's this Sunday. Go. Go. Why is my sprint on cooldown? Why is my sprint on cooldown? Anyways, Zolok asks, can I do a LTTB Super Metroid crossover at some point? Do you mean actually playing the game? The randomizer? I don't understand the question. Look, WoW's better. Alright, there I go. Where's one? There it is. I will also say one other thing about people who don't vote. Not that my stupid, insignificant words aren't going to change anyone's opinion, but the biggest reason I would argue that people should vote, despite all of the garbage we have to deal with in regards to voting, is because the easiest and most successful way to ensure that things get worse and not better is to not vote. It is, without hesitation, going to be the biggest thing that's going to screw everything up. Yeah, voting is sort of mandatory for the system to work at all. If we don't vote as an entity, as a group, then we are throwing away the keys. Oh my god, healers, heal thyselves. Ah, damn it. Alright, where is he? Where is he? Who am I connected to? Oh god, it's Mr. Red! Kill him! Kill him! He wasn't taking care of his babies! Oop, 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 oop. I'm a very empathetic person, as most people who know me know. But I also just understand a little bit too much how easy it is to give in to despair. To really, you know, cast shade at people who don't want to get involved in any of that. Alright, time to die. Here it comes. Yep, okay. Guys. Guys, there we go. We're good, we're good. Apples! Actually, I love apples and oranges both, but grapefruit, that's the real answer. Alright, so while this cutscene is playing, I begin with the end of mine says, oh, that's a repeat question. I just got a text saying, you should go vote! Yeah, that's nice. It's a text to someone named Agnes. Who is not me, by the way. I'm just gonna spoil that. My real name is not Agnes. Fuzzy Duck says, any comments on Israel-Palestine? So I've actually kind of already talked about this. I tend to be anti-killing civilians. I know that's kind of a basic thing to take. But the most truthful answer I could possibly give you is that I don't know enough about the specifics to give an informed commentary on the matter. And that is the most truthful answer I could ever give to that. I'm anti-civilian killing. That shouldn't be something that I have to, you know, make a stand on. But here we are. It's a fairly common rule. You do not kill civilians. Yeah, exactly, Judo Joker. It's like, regardless of the direction, what the crowd. Okay. Now I'm going to look at that donation from Jay Palmer. All this stuff. I go here. I say donation. It's for the usual, as it always is. So has it been since the world began. And lo, in the 15th era of the 60-second cycle, Jay Palmer put money towards Ace Combat. X. Seek and destroy. And siphon, filter, dark mirror. Thank you very much. As always, J. Palmer. Much obliged and appreciated. I don't know what this voice is. How am I not leveled? Okay, get rid of this, get rid of this. Pull this up here. I am going to go to the bathroom briefly, and then I'm going to continue. I'm just now catching up to questions from an hour and 45 minutes ago, by the way. That's where we're at in the queue, for anybody who's curious. A lot of questions today. I wasn't expecting that. I figured we might actually cut off after the lunch break, but obviously not. Anyways, I'll be right back. Okay. Sure, we'll do that for accordion. Why not? Just for you. Yeah, I have an orange shirt. I only get to wear this shirt once a year. Bella Calic says, what do you think of a national $15 an hour minimum wage? I think it should probably be even higher than that. What are those gray buttons that are in the lower right corner? These are my classes. This is how I swap jobs. I can just hit that and boom, switch job like that. So, Cashel asks an interesting question. He says, you mentioned how populations cannot be ignored because of disagreements. Well, I agree. How do you begin the process of addressing people whose grievances are invalid? For example, in the next 50 years, half of America starts, hypothetically, believing in the earth is flat and demands that be reflected in education and academia. That is actually a very good question. So there's this interesting little paradox of free speech, in that not everyone has the right to free speech, as absolutely bizarre as that sounds. It is not 100%. It's not all or nothing. And this is actually true legally too, by the way, not just in terms of general morals or ethics or opinion. If, for example, some people say the earth is flat and insist on that, and we say no, it isn't, and we have a billion ways to prove that it isn't, we're not adding that to our education. They functionally have lost their right to actually have the grievance heard because they are so objectively wrong. They are so provably wrong, right? Like there's not a lot to be added on top of that. There are some things, like if random example, let's say half of the country decided to be pro-slavery. Doesn't really matter, right? Because they're still pro-slavery. We don't need to tolerate the fact that they are pro-slavers, right? Now, believe it or not, the number of issues where this is a problem is relatively small, thank goodness for that. But that is the reality of that, is that not every grievance needs to be heard. Not every speech needs to be free of consequences. I don't know, TC Maven. Hang on. Spartan asks, do I think political agitation is the only way to make change happen? Ideally, no, but I study history. So, historically speaking, yeah. Kicking and screaming, I believe is the term. Yeah, water's solid. No, it isn't. Hey, random. Happy Polemic Day. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm gonna. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Okay, so Mother 3. I still need to watch that. Xenoblade 3, and in stars and time. If I hit water fast enough, here, let's test that. Whoop. Zalok asks, are there games you reviewed and would have liked to have been polemic-leaning talks about them? I don't think so. Generally speaking, I'm not particularly shy about discussing things that would otherwise be polemic, especially if they are relevant to the game in question. We play a lot of games that are political, as indeed a horror. I mean, we played Modern Warfare 1, which is about a conflict in the Middle East. Come on. We even discussed that and several layers of that. So yeah, no, FF16. We just finished playing that, right? Spec Ops: The Line. We played that a couple years ago. Dragon Age Origins is another good example of that. We do that all the time. I begin with the end in mind. Says, oh no, that's not a question. That's not a question. Rhea Girl asks, where do you do all this research with regards to the courts and stuff? So what I like to do is I like to cast a wide net first and see, okay, how many people are currently in the middle of lawsuits with Trump. And so what I then do is I try to figure out what districts those actual lawsuits are happening in. That requires a little bit more searching and usually requires actually going to specific county or state websites, the actual judicial websites, which they maintain. They're really boring 90s-esque websites, but they've got a decent search engine, go figure. Once I manage to find a case number, then it's easy. Because once you actually have a case number for a specific trial, then you could find, or not case number, or maybe it is case number, whatever it's called, but the actual number for the thing. Then you can actually, no, not the Fifth Circuit. Then you can go ahead and pull up specific documents, because every single document that is filed, this is true, by the way, in the United States, every single document that's filed for a trial is mandated to be publicly available. And docket, thank you, that's what I was thinking, the docket number. And so once you have the docket number, you're good to go, because you can use that to search for any specific documents you need to find, or even an entire list of documents you need to find, and that's how I tend to do that. It is unfortunately circuitous. It should be a little bit easier to parse, in my opinion, but that is the reality of where we're at. Lunarith says, how can you keep avoiding consequences of losing money legally? Money buys you infinite humanity. Let me tell you something, Lunarith, if you're still there to hear this. By the way, I guess we're good to go. I should queue. What if the document is classified? Well, then I can't read it, obviously. Let's go join. And my mother just texted me. I'll get that in a second. Elon Musk is currently doing something that is doubly illegal and has faced no actual consequence of that. That's all I feel like I need to say about that. When I mean doubly illegal, I don't mean like it's like, oh my god, it's magnified. No, I mean he's literally doing things that are two separate, distinct things that are separately illegal. We actually talked about this recently with regards to how he is trying to he is trying to give a financial incentive to register to vote, and he is trying to then have a voting lottery, are the two separate things. And those are both independently illegal. Very, very, very illegal. To be very clear, this is old illegality, right? Like, this is the kind of thing that was set in law before any of us were born. So that's my answer to that question. Judo Joker says, are you aware of Laura Loomer? Who the hell is Laura Loomer? Laura Loomer. Yeah, there's a hell. Musk is going to find that place a fascinating place to be. A far-right political activist and conspiracy theorist. Well, either way, I have not heard of this person, I'm afraid, so I actually cannot speak of this. So I have no idea. I got nothing. Yeah, hell has been crafted for Elon Musk. I mean, we have worse people than him, but that's inches, isn't it? Anyways, Zalok asks something that I actually agree with completely. So, I don't like to be... So, okay, hang on. I don't like to be alarmist in general. But part of the reason why is because it diminishes when things are actually alarming. It's the cry wolf thing, right? If, for example, it starts raining a little bit, and someone's like, "Oh my god, flood!" And I'm like, "It's not it's just rain, dude." Or someone leaves their sprinklers on, "Flood!" It's like, guys. But then, if it starts getting, like, if a flood is coming, and we're under a flood warning, and I say, "Guys, we need to be careful because there might be a flood coming," and then people say, you're just saying that, and they don't believe me, and then the flood comes. It is literally the cry wolf thing, and it irritates the crap out of me because one of my biggest concerns about Trump in specific is not him, nor this election, but the next election or the next election. One of the things that was proven is one of the reasons that Project 2025 scares me so much is the same reason that the ISB scared me so much over in Andor, in Star Wars Andor. It's because what we're doing right now is we're having a moron who stumbled and bumbled his way through his candidacy and kept screwing up things constantly. And yet, people saw what he was failing to do and how he was failing to do that, and actually studied the system and found the exploits and found the rules and studied the rules and figured out a way to go through the system in order to accomplish the things that he wanted to. So, Trump himself is an idiot and possibly senile. But 4 or 8 or 12 years from now, that's something that terrifies me, is because we have people who have already now been prompted to look into these kind of things and might have a better blueprint going forwards of how to actually accomplish these kind of things. Make sense? That's a bigger worry for me than just him walking up and being like, "Yeah, I'm the Führer now," or whatever. So next question. I already answered that one. Little one, immediately after this, asks, "What are your thoughts on Project 2025? I feel like I just answered that. 2025 does scare me. I'm not going to lie to you about that. I have no reason to lie to you about that. But I do think the biggest problem with 2025 is because it's a very carefully crafted document designed to destroy the republic we live in, is the simplest and fundamentalist way I can say that. Now, is that going to happen? Probably not. Are people going to support it? Almost assuredly not. Do some people want that? Yeah, of course they do. But, like, the fact that that document existed, all that enough people have sat down and done the very boring work of sitting down and figuring out how to actually implement all that kind of stuff in a fundamental, ordinary, in the office kind of a way, that scares the hell out of me. That there are people who are sufficiently dedicated to try and sit down and work out all of that side of things. Because, again, is that going to happen now? Of course it isn't. But what about, next year or the year after that? Yeah, you get it, right? That worries me, and I'm not going to lie about that. Do I think Putin is supporting it? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know anything about Putin, to be completely honest with you, other than what he was back in KGB eras. That's about the extent of my knowledge about Putin. It terminates several years ago. Because he killed it. All right. What are my views on cosplay? Thumbs up. If Lord were to drop dead, would the Republicans have to become more moderate without him to lean on? What? Crazy Norse, I'm afraid I don't fully understand your question. I don't think me dropping dead is going to have any impact on anything, anywhere, at all. If I need to die to fix the country, then please shoot me. Do it on the spot. My life is not that worthwhile. Okay, so if Trump were to drop dead, would the Republicans have to become more moderate without him to lean on? I actually kind of have already answered this. I think that we're going to see a split of the Republican Party. In fact, it's so likely I would put it as near certainty at this point, see around Loke. Because Well, just because math and reality of the situation. Yeah, exactly right. I think we're going to have. I think we're currently in the middle of the Republican Party actually splitting into two parties again, and I think that they're going to see some consequence of that. And as weird as this may sound, I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. Don't mistake me. I like having more than two parties, but what I absolutely do not want is a Democratic Party that is dominant, because I don't want any party to be dominant. That's not government. That's just a team that's winning. And this is not a freaking sports game. So I don't particularly think that's going to be great, and I think we're going to see things swing in a different direction, and that's going to suck, and then we're going to have to swing the other way again. As the saying goes, I know what balance is. We swing by it every day. So, hang on. I got a question here. So I was asked about YIMBY. I've never heard of YIMBY. I've heard of NIMBY. Okay. So I've never heard of YIMBY before, but everything this says sounds good to me. Which means my automatic cynicism kicks in and says, what's the catch? Right? Like, okay. Increased focus on improving housing and making more people have access to houses. Increased focus on public transportation. Removal of the approach to the status quo. Try to remove the housing affordability crisis. I'm not sure which one it means. There's like 15. Increased infrastructure development of high-speed rail lines, homeless shelters, daycares, schools, universities, colleges, bike lanes, pedestrian infrastructure. Cool. So what's the catch? Depends, Czar. It always depends. I mean, of course it's going to cost a ton. You want to hear my most controversial take, politically speaking? I'm not actually joking. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has nothing to do with political sides. Here's my hottest take, and I'm not joking. I think we need to pay more taxes, and I think those taxes need to be better allocated. I say that as someone who pays double the taxes of everybody else. But I still think that. I am someone who believes in the concept of taxes and what they can and are used for. Yeah, you notice I had to add both, Savicom, because we need proper allocation of taxes. We need that tax money to go to things that it needs to pay for. But actually, yeah, Savicom. I don't know what else to add to that. We need to be able to have governmental safety nets, financial safety nets, to be able to afford things like housing and medical care and internet infrastructure and improving our pipe infrastructure, improving our electrical infrastructure, increasing our overall reliance and dependence on better energy sources, right? Like, you'll forgive me for getting a little bit, like, tongue-tied, but it's really frustrating to me personally, especially because so many of the problems we face are solved. It's not, oh no, how do we improve our electrical infrastructure? It's, we have the technology and resources to improve our electrical infrastructure, and we don't. And that's so frustrating because we have so many problems in real life that we don't actually have solutions for yet, right? And so many of the things that we could fix are currently solved. Right? Sorry. Moving on. I suppose that's my thoughts on YIMBY. Next question. What do I think of California Proposition 6? Let's look this up, because I haven't heard of that, because I don't live in California. I don't even know anybody who lives in California anymore. Proposition 6. What do we got? Alright, here we go. You know what? That's fair, Ross. I apologize. I think you are the only person I know who lives in California at this point. Hi, Valerian. Well, you get what I mean, though, right? About the solved problem thing? Like, we know the metallurgy and like, I'm saying this so wrong. We know how to build better power lines. We know how to build better power grids and distribution nodes, and we know what electrical throughput is and how to make it work. Like, those are solved issues. It's not like it's not like we don't know how to distribute electricity, right? We know this. We've known this. It's a solved issue. I'm done. All right. So we're removing current provision that allows jails and prisons to impose involuntary servitude to punish crime, aka forcing incarcerated people to work. A yes vote means involuntary servitude would not be allowed as punishment for crime. Yes. I don't even have to go past that point. I'm sorry. Absolutely. Forced servitude, not acceptable. I'm just going to be that very, 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 very hard about that. And speaking about someone who has some very strong and emotional feelings on how horrible our jail system and our prison system is in this country, screw that noise. You know me, I am much, much, much more in favor of the concept of rehabilitation than punishment. I am not a big fan of punishing crime. That's, yeah, 20 cents an hour. This is going to sound sad, Rax. That's higher than I figured it would be. There's always going to be an exploit, Dakota. That's how that works. All right. Moving on. Let's see here. How do we... Oh, I actually already read that one. Sorry. Get some repeats now. So, Ect asks, have I ever tried any lab meat? No. I've never had any. Eva says, what would you do with the terrible, terrible people who love seafood? Death! Death! Infinite death! Okay. Judo Joker asks, who is the YouTube personality I have lost a lot of respect for recently? As someone who I had respect for and then I lost. I'm not sure there is anybody. Which I suppose sounds very, very cynical, but it's true. Yeah, this queue is ridiculous. 15 minutes. Good lord. See, I never had respect for the completionist. I've never had respect for the completionist. I suppose you could say it went down, so that's technically true. So if we're counting any decrease in respect, then yeah, Gerard, screw him. He's a fraudulent asshole. Let's see. I don't have another answer off the top of my head. Mr. Beast has always been a terrible person. I don't know what else to add to that. So, the other question, though, was, is there a YouTuber I've gained respect for? See, the problem is, I've been cool with ProJared. I was actually on his side for much of that nonsense he went through. And then he provided receipts, and it was just like, yeah, okay. Honestly, I'm not coming up with anybody, at least not recently. Hang on, let me actually pull up YouTube really quick. What's my feed? I got nothing. I'm sorry. I actually got nothing. So I guess we'll just end it there. Moving on. Let's see. Next question. Malachor asks, as someone who studies the art of the joke, which I do, what are my thoughts on Tony Hinchcliffe's jokes at the MSG rally? So there's actually a specific type of humor which goes out of its way to try and provoke a reaction and then that's the joke. Like, if I was to say, man, did you like eating that vomit? Because I pissed in it before you ate it, and that's the joke. And the whole purpose of that type of humor is specifically to push it so far out of the bounds of acceptability that it's supposed to loop around and be ridiculous that I'm saying it all. It is a subcategory of the non sequitur, the total disconnect, right? Having said that, I don't particularly enjoy that type of humor myself, especially since it is so baseline. It's the kind of thing that requires relatively low thought or effort to be put into it. All you do is just say something that is so overtly and obviously awful that it just immediately makes someone respond to it, and there you go, job done. So it's very dumb humor, like literally and objectively, in addition to the fact that that probably shouldn't be done at a political rally. Just want to point that out. Anyways, early impressions of Dragon Age 4. Very negative, but I'm also walking in very blind. But a game that was rushed to make it a deadline in order to have, in order to get shoved out the door in response to another major success in the same genre, while having only a year of development time, does not put me in good signs. Which are signs? Oh shoot, I'm missing chat. Chat is going by very quickly right now. Yeah, you'll notice I tend to insult myself all the time, Savicon, but I go very, very far out of my way to not do so to someone else. Point being, I agree with you on that. So I was asked to look up someone. Oh, shoot. I need to respond to my mother. Happy Halloween, exclamation mark. I'm glad you got the burger, comma. I should have burgers, too, just to celebrate, period. I'm actually still in the middle of streaming, comma. It's going on a bit long, but that's because it's Halloween, exclamation mark. Please don't watch this stream, Mother. You wouldn't like it. Alright, there we go. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Okay. Oh, I got a scam call, too. I love scam calls. Okay. Happy Halloween. And I mean that. Okay, so I was asked to comment on someone who I don't recognize. Hassan Piker. I don't even actually see, like, any information for this person. Oh, wait. Like 6 years ago, Ross. So I don't know who Hassan Piker is. I'm not even finding any information on who Hassan Piker is. It's apparently a streamer, if I'm reading this correctly. And that's all I know. I have no idea who this person is, so I can't comment on them for fairly obvious reasons. Wong. One moment. Ow. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Champagne socialist. Wow. Yeah, Asmongold, he needs help. I don't even mean that as a negative thing. He's kind of a garbage person, but separate from that, dude needs help. You missed the boobs, Loke. Oh, wait, no, you didn't. Boobs are right there. We're cool. We're cool. Here you go, Loke. Just for you. Yes, your boobs. There you go, boobs. I don't actually know these fights very well, so I might be dying a lot. Asmongold hit my radar because of WoW. Because he covered WoW stuff. And I happen to be rather well-known, well-researched, well-read, I don't know what to call that, about WoW. So that's how he hit my radar. I was just like, oh, that's terrible. Then I found out how terrible of a person he was. That was like a bonus thing on top of that. So. I'm getting there, Bonic Bunk, I swear. Okay, so. Nero's ask any franchises I think should have more games made. Yes! Oh, you want me to lay specifics? Okay, so Warcraft, StarCraft, Command & Conquer. Let's see, what else? What? It's not yet. That is a delay, isn't it? Okay. Well, I'm dead. Cool. Lufia, Mega Man, Final Fantasy, Mass Effect. Like, honestly, bunch of games. Star Fox would be nice. Dragon Age. Played Langrisser. Breath of Fire, yeah. Really good one. Could be a modern Breath of Fire. Modern quality of life features. Okay. Like, I can name a lot. Like that's a hard question to ask because I want a lot of games and a lot of franchises that we're not getting, and may never, honestly. Okay, so next question. Elizar asks, can we ask you any question, even if it's controversial? Yes. Good question. Act actually asked, do I have any policy against viewers being friended on Steam? I kind of do. Because of experience. I don't mean this in any way as a negative thing, but something that tends to happen is if I do have a friend on Steam or Battle.net and they see that I am doing something off camera, they tend to be like, hey, what's up? While I'm doing stuff, right? And I'm like, I'm kind of in the middle of something. Oh, that went very badly. We'll get Qualitas. Get a Qualitas. Of course it did. Damn it. Now I'm getting a sub bomb from Ace Chat. CHL. Okay. Hey, you want to bug me, go on Discord. I keep very careful track of my Discord. I'm on it all the time. You can tell I know these fights at all. The only fight I've been practicing is the freaking other one. That's why I can do it while doing Q&A. Apparently, these fights are not ones I can do while doing Q&A. I also get self-conscious, admittedly. Like, they'll see me in Baldur's Gate 3, because that's what I'm playing right now on Steam. They'll see me in Baldur's Gate 3 and be like, hey! And I'm like, no, I'm just playing co-op. It's D&D group with my friends. Alright, so. Ginger Ninja says, throwing out the question of belief for a moment, are there any stories from religious traditions that I like from a storytelling perspective? Believe it or not, no. I tend to dislike a whole lot of those in general. Stories, they're tales, right? They're not stories. And we've actually talked about my distaste for that in general. Never mind things that are designed to be that. No, I didn't, Yada. So what we're going to do... Yeah, Aesops, exactly. And I'm not an Aesop guy. I'm just not. No offense, no harshness, just no thank you. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to see that I missed a sub from Yada 4 minutes ago. In the middle of the fight, I see how this is. That's a tier 3 sub. That's going towards Jet Force, Gemini, Dragon Quest 8, and DBZ Kakarot. And then I see several subs. This is the bombing from Ace, CHL. How do you want me to say that? Help me out here. Help me. Help you. That's... Oh god, I'm about to get kicked. Oh god, don't kick me. Don't kick me. I'm here. I'm here. So thank you, first of all, Yada, very, very much for your support. I've got those 3 games down. And thank you, Ace, other letters. waiting for a pronunciation guide. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Oh god, don't kick me. Thank you, Dakota. Played it on Switch Online. You got it. A seller. I can say a seller. I can do that. Thank you very much, a seller. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, which can include individual games, dealer's choice, or a specific genre of game, please let me know. But you get 3 picks regardless. Judo Joker asks, I know you really like Sam Fisher's character. Write a story for Splinter Cell that makes his character shine. Just right now? You just want me... Okay. Hang on. I've got it. There's a Bond villain, okay? And the Bond villain's like, yes, I will use this incredible earthquake-generating device, which only operates in total darkness for some strange reason, in order to win the world away. And the whole time, Sam's just like, really? And that's the whole story, is just him being like, why is there a lava pit? Sam, what's going on? I have to go around a lava pit. What? I have to go... Look, I'll call back. I'll call you back. Okay. Okay. Are you past the lava pit, Sam? Yes, but... There's this guy here, and I think he's like, he just showed up. He's trying... I don't know. He looks like he's the first day on the job. Are you gonna kill him? No, of course I'm not gonna kill him. Come on, dude. Walks up to him. Hey, kid. What kind of benefits plan are you getting here? What? Benefits? What kind of benefits are you getting in this job? I mean, they don't kill me. That sounds like a pretty crummy benefit. Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of it. Tell you what. Why don't you get in contact with a buddy of mine? He'll get your back on this. Oh, thank you. I'd really like that. Oh god, I don't know what that means. I don't know what this means. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know anything. Ah, why am I doing this stupid raid? I can't do mechanics I don't know when I'm answering questions. The whole reason I play, for those of you not aware, the whole reason I play Super Metroid for Polemic Day is because it's a game I can play while doing the other thing, while answering the Q&A and while actually having a braid to talk about it. Can't do that for every game. No, I know, someone asked me to do this, I forget who. And so we're doing it so they can get a quest done. I could play Mega Man 2. I do like Mega Man 2. I know that mechanic. Is that the Leaning Tower? Question mark. Yes, I can play Paperboy. Terribly! Whoop, 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 whoop. This button. Then we get this button. Then we're getting knocked off. Because that's what's... Yep, okay, bye! Alright, so. Love Baltazar says, will Trump end democracy in the U.S.? No. As I said earlier, I kind of actually already answered this. Trump himself is not really the issue. There are many, many other things at play here, including whoever comes after him, who's a little bit younger and a little bit more dedicated and competent. That's more of a real worry there. Who is that? I can't tell who that is. That's you. I know, Cycloud. Well, it's funny you mentioned Vance. Vance is another one of those people who, you know, says A and then means B. This way, I think? No. Nope, I was right. And then I'm gonna die. Here it comes. Oh, right on the edge. Yes, no. Listen to, oh god, what's his name? Mitch McConnell. You know, the devil, sometime. And, Mitch McConnell does have a bit of a brain, and is right about one big thing, in that one of the biggest things you could do to have a large-scale influence long-term, what are you supposed to do about this? On a country, on the politics of this country, is to appoint judges, especially district judges. And guess what the president can do? Now, that's not a unique power to them, and blah, 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 blah. But it's something that they push for a lot, and there are a lot of appointments coming up, too. That's a worry. And I'm dead. All right, cool. Let's see. Eleazar says, I finally got to Eleazar's question. What did I think when Donald Trump got shot in the air? I was unironically terrified on that day. It's probably one of the scariest days I've had in this particular election cycle. Let me be clear. Nobody sane or sensible wants violence in politics. Anybody who has studied history on any level knows that when you bring a cudgel, metaphorically or literally, into the Congress floor, things are bad and will get worse almost immediately. The moment that dam is burst, that's awful. Yeah, no, things could have been so much worse if it had been just a couple inches to the right or left or whatever it was. So that was a day of fear to me. No question, no hesitation on that. I don't know what to think about it in terms of specifics or who did it or why. The whole thing is kind of strange. It is probably worth noting that threats upon and assassination attempts on presidents and presidents' candidates actually happen pretty frequently. A lot of people don't tend to talk about those because the Secret Service usually does their job. So generally speaking, you don't hear about most of those attempts. So a little bit of a grain of reality there, but it was still a very scary moment. Yeah, Obama had quite a few attempts on his life. You don't really hear about that unless you go looking into it. Sean says, Cara Dune actress Gina Carano was fired from Disney for tweeting out of what could be summed up as, hey, can we not dehumanize conservatives the same way Hitler dehumanized the Jews? Now, with the backing of Elon Musk, she is suing Disney for wrongful information. Is she in the right? So let me start by saying that Gina Carano can go directly to hell, and I absolutely disagree with her almost fundamentally. So let me start with that. I think that's an important place to start. Firings are an interesting, weird thing here in the United States. Hang on 1 second. So it's going to be over. So central, one, and then the other, and then in, I think. Yep, I'm right. Oh my god, why? Nope, I have to stay in, Why are we doing these stupid fights? Oh yeah, it's not like she's a great actress either, it's no loss. It's like bonus points on top of everything else there. Woo, there, buddy. Let me help you out there. We're okay. I think that the problem here is that... Where do I even begin answering that? That's such a jar of worms, I don't even know where to begin on that. I'm actually having difficulty figuring out where to start with that. Because the problem is what that question really boils down to is the right of any company to fire someone. Under what circumstances and how that's allowed. Anybody who knows me knows I tend to be fairly pro-worker. But at the same time, there is also a line at which you should have the right to fire someone. And that's a wonderfully vast gray area. And I think that's the simplest way I can answer that. I don't have anything else to say to that. So I'll just move on. Let's see here. Kenix Cow says, if you're on the moon, how's the cheese up there? I could see when the connection was starting to go to hell. Where am I? Okay. Water. I'm getting dried up, and I have no water. I have no water. I've run out of water. Oh. Ah. See you around, DZ Maven. A good one. What are we doing? Oh god, I can't tell what we're doing. Don't know these fights. I'm getting experience from these stupid fights. Delete these so I can get out of my questions. Thoughts on JD Vance? Well, he's scum, but, I mean, what else is new? The other question everyone wants to know. Do you think he had sex with that couch? Of course he did! No, okay, sorry. I shouldn't even joke about that. I shouldn't even joke about that. It's funny, but it does contribute to the noise, and that is a problem. No, of course he didn't. That's silly. I do think Vance is the type of typical politician that I have spoken against several times today, in fact. And I don't have anything else to add to that. Need to wash the cushions. No. It adds to the flavor. See you around, Jay Palmer. I did it. I grossed Brax out. I win. I win everything. I will also admit I haven't done that much research on JD Vance. My biggest fear with him I've already shared, so I don't have anything else to add to that, really. Not Zero Two asks, let's ask a question I don't know if I want to answer. Will there be a second U.S. Civil War at the election? Probably not. A lot of people are like, oh my god, Civil War. There's a lot that goes into something like a Civil War. Like, a lot. And it's also worth noting that the military doesn't, god damn it, quite work like that, you know? Especially not in this country. The odds of a civil war, an actual honest-to-God civil war happening, is so minuscule that I will gladly eat my hat and then a gun, because I'm killing myself, if I'm wrong on the matter. No reason to leave the country, though. Regardless. Alright, let's see here. What should be the cutoff age for politicians? Yeah, I was thinking mid-60s. 60 might be another range. I would say 70 is the absolute highest. I would not be willing to go above 70. Below that would be debatable. I will buy a hat just for that, Microno. Yeah, actually, the AARP age, that's actually a good thing. 65 is a good thing for that. I also agree that past a certain age, you probably should go ahead and actually have a cognition test, right? The kind of things that we do actually have that already exist and we have availability to. So that would be my thought on that. Also, banger alert. Yeah, we do that for frickin' driving, for God's sakes. We have... This is another one of those solved problem things. We know how to check for people being too old. Yeah, so that brings me to the coin flip problem. How many of you... I'll go ahead and talk about this. How many of you know about the coin flip problem? I've actually talked about it before. Not this fight at all. So the coin flip problem... Let me use tangible examples rather than try to come up with something. Let's say that you want to get rid of... let's say that you want to get rid of daylight savings time. Cool. I want to get rid of daylight savings time. Cool. So here's the idea. Here's the thought, okay? You with me? Why don't we just go ahead and go with one of the things? And then you're like, well, but I want to go with the other thing. And now nothing happens, and daylight savings time continues to exist. The coin flip problem is the exact moment that you have any preference whatsoever, that anybody actually conveys any kind of preference for one choice or another, in a situation where everybody wants something, you have officially defeated the argument and it's not going to happen. You cannot have a preference in that case. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. If you are in favor of one side or the other of daylight savings time, then you have officially created the problem. Because someone else might have a separate preference from you, someone else might disagree with you because of the fact that they are disagreeing with you, that they're a political enemy of you. Someone might agree with you because they're a political ally of yours, and then someone else might disagree with them because they're a political enemy of them. There are simply too many situations, circumstances, and reasons why having a preference at all is a problem. It needs to be a coin flip. That's the coin flip problem. It needs to be something that is totally neutral. So, the reason I brought this up is because of what Savacom just said. How do we establish, someone who does the cognition test? Well, that's probably in an ideal world. The Empire could actually have a cognition test that says, hey, are you still capable of serving? In reality land, what we probably should have is a hard cutoff point, regardless of all circumstances and anything. And that cutoff point is set in stone and has nothing to do with political candidates. It has nothing to do with who adjusts what tests. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just, hey, you just turned 60. You are no longer allowed to serve. Get out of office. That kind of universal option is probably mandatory for something like that in order for the system to operate at all in the flawed reality that we live in. Whoop! I mean, yeah, truth, Savacom. I don't remember what to do here. Advances in longevity? Well, then we can go back and reanalyze the date and the era. Laws can and should be changed over time, because, hear me out for a second, that's life. Okay. I mean, honestly, you could say the same thing about corporate stuff, but that's a whole other thing. Anyways, questions. Elizar, another question, says, have you heard of Warcraft 30? No. Hey, Blue Hero. Happy Polemic Day. I hope I haven't lost all of my viewers. I've just lost all my viewers. It's okay. Every Polemic Day I lose all my viewers. It's normal. Oh yeah, that's another thing. As part of this, and this it probably shouldn't have to be said, but as part of this, if you would turn over, say, 60 during your presidency, then you cannot run. Because you are invalidated, because you are too old. No, it's only been 11, little Billy. Let's see. So either way, no. I haven't heard about that. Okay, I'm just gonna follow the group. My sprint is off cooldown, or on cooldown, or whatever. I'm losing the ability to talk. God damn it. I'm never doing this raid again. I just want everyone to know that. Jesus Christ. Alright, you. Get me out of here. Let's see. I don't understand your question, though, Lazar. So, I haven't heard of Warcraft 30. I haven't heard of RTS. Up Dead version 2 will be relast on November. Players say it may like be Warcraft 4. I don't know what any of that is. Sorry. Ross says, hey! Ross says, which aspect of Star Trek's future would you say the real world could attain? Warp travel, medical tech, holodecks, replicators, or post-scarcity? Post-scarcity, I think, is the only one that's really feasible there. Holodecks are nonsense magic, and that's never going to happen. Replicators, also very, very much not on the board. Warp travel is its own thing, and that leaves medical tech and post-scarcity. And unfortunately, I know a fairly large amount about the medical tech of Star Trek, and it is bonkers. So that just leaves, by definition, post-scarcity as the least unlikely of those. How many pages do I have left? Yeah, it kind of does, von Falkenstein. Czar says, I've eaten some spicy food, and spice was a very low level, and it's uncomfortable, like a hot sensation in my mouth to eat spicy food. Any recommendations what to build up spice level, or should I just drop spicy food fully? So, if you don't enjoy the flavor of spice, there's no real reason to increase your tolerance for it. And that's the simplest way to answer that question. However, having said that, if you do actually want to try and push your spice levels a little bit, try and understand there's a lot of different types of spice. For example, what I usually call Mexican spice likes to linger a little bit. Like it's this kind of lasting spice that's just there and heating up your mouth for a while. So if you're having pain issues, maybe avoid that. Whereas something like, say, Indian spice is something that'll punch you right in the face, but is the kind of thing that will then fade relatively quickly and easily, especially if you have some kind of sweet nearby. And yeah, just try out different types of peppers, try out different types of spices, and see if you find one that actually A, tastes good to you, and B, that you can actually endure. And we just started losing Twitch. So I'm going to go ahead and take my lunch break. And we'll be back for a second stream, because I still got questions to go through. So I'll see you all in a bit.